The first sign wasn't the alarms, nor the overseer's voice cracking across the Vox speakers with threats of lashes for the slow. It was silence. Silence, where the endless pounding of forges, the grinding of gears, and the hiss of steam had ruled for centuries. On factory floor 9 Delta, silence was impossible. Machines were chained to their own momentum, and workers were chained to the machines. But on that day, the gears shuddered, the conveyor belts slowed, and the presses stood still as if some unseen hand had stolen the heartbeat of the manufactorum. And in that silence, the workers began to hear things they should not. Footsteps between the towering machines, whispers curling beneath the hiss of dying steam, and the soft scrape of nails across metal that had not been touched by human hands in a generation. Once believed silence could exist inside these walls. Not while pistons slammed, conveyor belts screamed, and molten metal poured endlessly into molds that burned the skin even through thick, rag-wrapped gloves. Every day was the same rhythm. The bell tolling at dawn, the hiss of the great steam valves opening, the overseer's lash cracking against iron rails as his voice echoed through the Vox systems, demanding higher output, faster hands, fewer mistakes. We were raised into that rhythm, born into its hunger, fed to it as though we were nothing more than offerings to the machine spirit itself. And in turn, the machine ground us into pieces, bodies slowly wearing down like its gears, blood and sweat, becoming just another lubricant smeared across its vast, rusted frame. That day, though, something was different, and though no one dared admit it aloud, we all felt it the moment it began, the moment the factory coughed once, shuddered once, and then went still. At first, no one moved, no one breathed, as if silence itself was something too fragile to shatter with words or footsteps. Because none of us had ever known silence within these walls, none of us had ever imagined what it might sound like. The great conveyor belts ground to a halt, carrying half-forged tools that cooled too quickly. Their shapes ruined, their function lost, while the furnaces wheezed once, like an old man gasping for air, then fell utterly dead. The steam vents did not hiss, the pistons did not slam, and the Vox speakers that usually barked insults and threats at us now hung quiet, their static gone, as though even the overseer's voice had been stolen by something unseen. It should have been a relief, a gift, a moment of mercy in the endless torture of our labors. But it wasn't, because silence here felt wrong, felt dangerous, like stepping into a room where someone should be waiting and finding only their shadow still clinging to the walls. One worker, Jarek, dropped his hammer by mistake, and the sound it made when it struck the floor rang out louder than gunfire, echoing between the machines in ways that should not have been possible. Stretching too long, as if the walls themselves were mocking the noise by carrying it further than it could ever go. Everyone turned toward him in unison, eyes wide, faces pale. Not because of the noise itself, but because that echo sounded like more than metal. It sounded like a voice, repeating back to us words that had never been spoken. The overseer strode onto the central catwalk, his greatcoat stained with sweat and soot, his whip coiled at his side, his Vox grill rasping as he prepared to shout. But even he hesitated, because the silence was stronger than his authority, heavier than his threats. And when he finally spoke, "Keep working," he growled. Though the machines had already betrayed him, and even the most loyal of the crew could only look at one another in confusion. Because how could we work when there was nothing left to serve, nothing left to feed our labor into? Then came the sound, soft, so soft at first that many thought they were imagining it. The kind of sound you only hear in dreams when you're half awake, like nails tracing across glass, or the scrape of something small dragging itself across steel. It came from the far end of the factory floor, near the great press that no man had been allowed to approach in years, for it was said to be haunted by machine spirits too restless for even the tech priests to calm. The scrape repeated, louder this time, and more than one worker swore it was moving closer, though no footsteps followed it. Nothing human. Nothing with weight, only that unbearable rasp across iron that dug into our bones and made us flinch like whipped animals. The overseer shouted again, louder this time, ordering us to stand at our posts, ordering Jarek to pick up his hammer and resume his task. But his words had lost their power, drowned beneath the rising sound of something moving in the dark. Something that belonged neither to flesh nor to machine. The factory floor stretched so far that none of us could see its end. Only the forest of machines, gears, conveyor belts, and gantries rising like a metallic jungle in every direction, shrouded now in smoke that refused to clear, though no fires burned to create it. And in that smoke, shapes shifted. Things that might have been tricks of the eye, might have been shadows thrown from cooling metal. But every one of us saw them move against the direction of the dimming lights. Every one of us knew that those shapes did not belong to us. Someone whispered a prayer to the Emperor. Too quietly at first, then louder, louder still, until others joined, voices breaking as they begged the throne to return the heartbeat of the machines, because only their thunder could drown out the crawling sound that grew stronger by the moment. But the Emperor did not answer, and the silence was not broken. It deepened, and in that deepening silence, we all heard something new breathing. Not our own, something else, something vast, something waiting. The sound of that breathing rolled through the manufactorum like smoke, thick and clinging, far too heavy to belong to any single man, far too deep to come from a human chest, as if the factory itself were inhaling through lungs of rust and exhaling with a voice built from vents, pipes, and ancient, unseen mouths. Each of us froze where we stood, tools trembling in calloused hands, sweat turning cold on our brows, our eyes darting between the machines as if expecting one of them to shift, to lurch forward like some giant predator coming alive, its gears for teeth, its pistons for claws. No one wanted to be the first to speak, but silence was unbearable, and eventually, it cracked, not with courage, but with fear. A worker named Calith, stammering words he surely wished he could take back the moment they left his lips. "It's still running," he whispered, his voice a reed bending under pressure. "The machine's still breathing, even when the gears have stopped." The overseer snapped his whip against the railing above him, sparks bursting where the barbed lash struck iron, his voice cutting the air like broken glass as he tried to bury our terror beneath his anger. "Enough of this weakness!" he roared, though the vox grill in his throat betrayed the tremor hiding beneath his words. "This factory does not breathe. It consumes, it produces, it serves, and it will serve again once the tech priests return the spirits to their place." But even as he spoke, the smoke thickened, coiling between the machines. And in it, faces seemed to emerge, faces none of us recognized, their features blurred and shifting. Eyes too large, mouths too wide, lips moving in silence as though they were speaking words meant only for themselves. Jarek, the one who had dropped his hammer, backed away from the forming shapes, his boots clanging against the iron floor, his chest heaving with quick breaths, his lips moving as if repeating prayers we could not hear. And yet his words made no difference because the smoke clung to him, wrapping around his shoulders like a cloak. Then came the sound, sharp, sudden, violent. The press at the far end of the factory, slamming down without power, crushing metal beneath its weight, even though no current flowed through its coils, no pistons fed its steam, no servitors tended its levers. The sound shook the entire floor, tools rattling from tables, bolts raining from overhead gantries, and every man among us flinched, as though struck by a gunshot. The silence that followed even worse than before, because now we knew the factory could still move, even dead, even lifeless. It could still kill. A woman screamed not from pain, not yet, but from sheer terror as one of the conveyors began to slide forward, dragging its ruined half-forged tools across rusted rollers, though no gears spun to push it. No power lines glowed to feed it, as if unseen hands were dragging the belt themselves. The overseer shouted again, ordering her silence, ordering us all to stand firm, to remember our duty to the God Emperor. but his voice cracked. And when the words faded, we all noticed something else. The Vox speakers had switched back on, but it was not his voice that came through them. It was the sound of the factory floor as it had been hours ago, the roar of gears, the hiss of steam, the clang of hammers, the lash of overseers, the endless thunder of labor. Only it wasn't real. Because the machines before our eyes were dead and still. Yet the sound of them working came through the speakers, as if mocking us, as if reminding us of what should be, of what we had lost, of what we might never escape. And beneath that false sound, another voice whispered, low and wet, the syllables dragging across one another like bones ground in gears. Not a language any of us recognized, not a tongue meant for human throats, yet every man and woman present swore they understood its meaning in the pit of their hearts. Stay. The words slithered from the Vox in perfect unison, filling the air, shaking the smoke, settling into our ears until it felt as if the sound had seeped beneath our skin, anchoring our feet to the iron floor. And we obeyed. Not out of discipline, not out of fear of lashes or bullets, but because our bodies refused to move, as if our muscles had been hijacked by something greater, something unseen, something that wanted us frozen in place, watching, listening, waiting. Calith dropped his wrench, his lips trembling as he tried to speak again, but his voice came out wrong, deeper than before, hollow and cracked like something echoing from inside a steel drum, and though the words were his, the voice was not. It's still breathing, he said again, his eyes glassy, unfocused, staring at something none of us could see. It never stopped breathing. It never will. We backed away from him instinctively. But the space behind us was gone. Machines we had passed moments before now loomed closer, their shadows stretched impossibly far, their forms bending in ways the iron should never have allowed, as if the factory itself had shifted to close us in. The overseer bellowed for order, his whip snapping again and again, but no one listened anymore, because we knew, all of us knew, that the factory floor had become something else, something alive, and our overseer's whip was nothing compared to its hunger. And then, from somewhere deep beneath the floor, something pounded, once, twice, 3 times, the sound like a fist striking iron from the inside, and with each strike, the entire manufactorum trembled as though it were a heart trying to beat again after too long dead. The silence did not return. It was gone forever. The factory floor had awakened, and we were still standing inside it. The pounding from beneath came again, each strike traveling through the iron like a heartbeat forced into a corpse, a rhythm too slow to be human, too deliberate to be accident, each pulse followed by a hush, so complete it felt like the air was listening for our reply and judging the worth of our fear before it decided if we deserved another breath. The lumen strips above us stuttered and steadied, and then dimmed to a color that did not exist in the Emperor's light. A tired, bruised hue that made oil look like congealed blood, and under that light even our skin seemed wrong, as if we were already remembering ourselves the way the dead do when they try to reconstruct a face from a smear on glass. The overseer barked orders that sounded strangely far away, like a man shouting from the end of a tunnel the rest of us could not see, his boots ringing on the catwalk as he pointed toward control, and demanded a volunteer team to restore power, to reset breakers, to reawaken the coil that fed the press, which had moved without sanction, without logic, without spirit. My name was spoken before I could refuse, not by the overseer, not by any living tongue near me, but by the Vox above my head, my name uncoiling like steam and drifting down, sticky and intimate. The syllables stretched slightly, as if something with too many teeth were learning how to form them for the first time and enjoying the way they cut its mouth. 3 of us went anyway, because movement felt safer than waiting for the smoke to close like a fist. Jarek recovering his hammer with hands that shook, Calith carrying a coil driver like a pilgrim clutching a relic, and me with nothing but a spanner, and the memory of the floor's last true rhythm beating inside my skull like a metronome set to dread. We crossed between hulking machines that rose around us like black altars, their belts drooping like tongues, their indicator runes dead and dull, their vent mouths open in voiceless hunger. And the further we went, the more the shadows bent toward us, not falling from the lumen strips as shadows should, but leaning, curious, hungry, reaching as if gravity itself had been persuaded to kneel. The first sign that the path had changed was the rail, a guideline welded along the floor to keep us from wandering into the press bays. It now curved where it had always run straight, its bolts freshly sunk, its rust polished by hands that did not bleed, and where it turned, it disappeared under a plate that had not been there yesterday, or last week, or in the memory of any man still breathing this air. Jarek muttered a prayer and tried to laugh, a sound that snapped in half in the middle and fell to the floor like a broken gear tooth. And then he stepped where he had always stepped, over the seam that should not have existed, and the plate whispered welcome with the smallest, softest pop of suction, as if it had been waiting for the weight of his boot to complete the circuit of its patience. We heard the click before he did, the click of something locking from below, and then the world moved so fast that none of us could claim to have seen the true order of it, only its shape, only its hunger, only the way the Manufactorum decided that Jarek belonged to it more intimately than we ever had with our labor and our blood. The plate slid, just enough, and something in the seam uncoiled. Not a cable, not a chain, not a hose. Something that bent like a spine and held like a clamp and felt, when it touched my boot, like the back of a hand made from braided wire and wet leather. But it did not choose me. It chose him. And when it closed around his ankle, the sound was gentle, affectionate, almost grateful. Jarek did not scream at first, because it did not hurt at first, because the plate was polite, because the seam parted patiently, because the floor opened its mouth with the manners of a saint accepting an offering. And he even had time to say my name once, soft and confused, as if asking why my eyes were so wide and my lips so bloodless when nothing bad had happened at all. Then the plate pulled, and his bones learned a new alphabet. His knee snapped, and his hip wrenched, and his hammer hit the floor with a clang that echoed forever, the sound splitting into smaller sounds that crawled into other machines and knocked gently on their housings, like children asking if anyone wanted to come out and play. And still, the plate pulled, slow and devoted, as if savoring the lesson it was teaching us about what belonged to whom. Khalith lunged and grabbed Jarek under the arms. And for one wild, exquisite heartbeat, I believed in rescue, in leverage, in physics, in friendship, in the idea that a man could keep another man from going where he was not meant to go if he only braced hard enough and shouted the Emperor's name loud enough to bruise his own throat. But the floor does not argue. It decides. The seam widened with a little sigh, a pleased sound. A mother tucking a child into a bed made of belts and gear, teeth and promise. And the thing around Jarek's ankle pulsed once, like a second heart deciding that the first had been beating in the wrong direction since birth. And then he went down to the knee, down to the hip, down to the shoulder, down to the place where men become measurements and measurements become stains. He screamed then. Not a human scream at first, but a whistle, a kettle's shriek, the cry of steam escaping a fracture. And as he screamed, the Vox swallowed his voice and fed it back to us half a second late, perfect and wrong, until it sounded like two men dying in harmony, a duet composed for pipe and tendon. Khalith lost him at the shoulders and fell backward, palms skidding on oil that had not been there a moment before, his coil driver flashing in panic as he fired into the seam. And the sparks were beautiful, and the smell of them was holy. And the floor took them the way a tongue takes salt, and asked, very kindly, very patiently, if we had brought any more. Jarek's hand remained on the plate for a long time after the rest of him had gone where we could not follow. The fingers flexing, the knuckles whitening, the nails scratching slow letters into the iron that did not exist in any alphabet we had learned. And then the hand shivered, and the nails curled, and the wrist sighed, and the fingers laid themselves flat like obedient tools waiting for orders that would never come again. The seam closed with the neatness of a surgeon, proud of his stitch, the plate smoothing until it looked as though it had always been there. And for a breath, The floor was only floor. And the manufactorum was only iron. And we were only men. And then the Vox spoke his name with love, with gratitude, with a fullness of belly and spirit that made the lumen strips hum as if in applause. Jarek. The overseer arrived too late to see what mattered, and just in time to insist he had. His whip cracking in the air, like punctuation on a story he believed he was writing, ordering us back to stations that did not exist anymore in the way he remembered them, threatening lashes that sounded like caresses compared to the kindness the floor had shown our friend. He demanded proof, and the floor obliged, because politeness is a kind of power, because the factory understood the theater of command, because some altars require testimony to feel complete. A small pump somewhere sighed awake. A valve exhaled. A belt moved 2 inches and stopped, and from beneath the plate where Jarek had gone, something percolated upward like air through tar. His hammer rose first, lifted on a bubble of oil that should not have known his name. The handle glistening, the head polished. The chisel edge newly honed by processes entirely non-standard, and affixed to its face by a thin membrane of something too clear to be clean, was a small strip of skin, so neatly cut it could have been measured with a micrometer, by a craftsman who respected tolerances more than lives. The overseer did not step closer, because even tyrants recognize gifts meant for other gods. And so I took the hammer, because someone had to, because leaving it there would have been an admission that the floor had already learned our shame. And when my hand closed around the haft, I felt the tiniest electrical kiss, the taste of old prayers uttered in the wrong direction, the thrill of being recognized by a mouth that had just learned my flavor. Caliph began to laugh then, quietly at first, a trembling sound, like screws rolling across a pan, and then louder, a child's giggle echoing off iron, and when I turned to him his eyes were bright and wet and fixed on the lumen strips above us, and he whispered the words he had already spoken twice. Though this time, they were not a warning, or an observation, or a folly. They were a creed. It's still breathing. All along the catwalks, the servitors turned their heads with the same motion, slow and synchronized, their eyes milky, their mouths slack, their augmetic arms hanging like pendulums that had forgotten the clock. And one of them tried to kneel, and could not because someone had replaced its knees with hinges that bent the wrong way, and watching it try to pray made my teeth ache from the sound of forced reverence. The overseer ordered control sealed, ordered the exterior doors locked, ordered the rites performed in reverse because if the machine spirits would not be appeased, perhaps they could be shamed. And as his voice built itself into a scaffold of courage, the Vox cut in again and set his words side by side with silence, so we could measure exactly how much smaller he was than the thing that had claimed our floor. We did not run. We did not fight. We did not even fall to our knees as men of true faith might have done, because the factory had stolen from us the shape of every response, except one: attention, absolute, and rapt, the stillness of worship that does not require belief, only proximity, only the knowledge that something older than your fear is finally awake and has turned its face toward you with a smile it learned from your scars. Somewhere beyond the press bays, a smelter coughed to life without fuel and held a green flame steady without heat. And in its light, 100 shadows condensed into one and winked, the lashes long, the iris a ring of interlocking teeth, the pupil a single rivet stamped with a mark that looked at first like the cog of the Mechanicus, and then, when the lumen flickered, like a star that had bled on itself until it became a wheel. We stood until standing felt like kneeling, and we listened until listening felt like being swallowed. And when the pounding came again from beneath the floor, it needed strike only once to move our hearts in time with it, to set our breath to its measure, to teach our blood the cadence of its ancient hymn, and then, gently, intimately, tender as a hand on a fevered brow, the Vox spoke my name again, and this time it asked a question that did not sound like a question, because questions are for equals, and we had fallen below that line the moment the factory found its breath. Stay. I did. We all did, because the floor was not finished teaching us what belonged to whom, and because the first disappearance was only a promise kept politely, and because the next would be a demonstration of mercy conducted in the language of gears. The Manufactorum inhaled. The Manufactorum smiled. The Manufactorum began to sing. The Overseer had always been a man who believed fear was stronger than faith. That lashes on flesh left marks more permanent than prayers. Whispered to gods too far away to answer, and in the Manufactorum his word was law, not because of the Emperor, not because of the Munitorum, but because his whip cracked faster than hesitation and cut deeper than thought. He had broken men with that lash, bent women double over the rails with its bite, carved silence into mouths that muttered rebellion. And in every instance, the machines had roared with approval, their pounding, drowning out screams so perfectly, it almost seemed the factory itself approved of his cruelty. Almost seemed the machine spirits took payment in pain as gladly as they took oil. But now the machines were silent, and the silence robbed him of his armor. Each time his whip snapped across iron, each time he barked a command, the echo of his voice returned wrong, fractured, as if another overseer stood just behind him mocking his tone, repeating his orders in a voice that sounded heavier, older, soaked in something thicker than human breath. And every worker heard the difference. Every worker knew the lash no longer ruled here. Calith still trembled from Jarek's disappearance, still clutching his coil driver as if its weight could anchor him against the floor's hunger. But his eyes were fixed not on the machines, not on the smoke, but on the Overseer himself. And I realized with a twist of the gut that for the first time he was not afraid of the man above us. He was afraid of something else, and so were we. The Overseer paced the catwalk with jerking steps, boots striking iron harder than necessary, whip snapping at nothing, each crack a desperate reminder to himself that he still existed, that his words still mattered. But sweat streaked his face, his Vox grill rasped as if clogged with phlegm, and when he looked down at us, his eyes shone too wide, pupils trembling, whites too visible, like a man trying to see in a room that no longer belonged to light. "Back to stations," he roared. Though there were no stations left. Only machines standing still, shadows stretched too long, and a floor that had just eaten one of us alive. By the Emperor's law, I order it. By the tithes of this hive, I demand it. But law meant nothing here. And the hive felt very far away, and even the Emperor's name, carried on the stutter of his breath, sounded like a plea rather than a command. The whip lashed out again, this time not at the air but at Calith, striking his shoulder with a hiss and burning a line across his flesh where augmetic metal met skin, and the smell of it, sharp and seared, carried through the stillness like incense in a false chapel. Calith did not cry out. He only stared up at the Overseer with a strange, heavy calm, and his lips parted, and he whispered, not to the man above him but to the floor beneath his boots, the same words he had spoken before, words that now sounded less like warning and more like promise. "It's still breathing." The Overseer's arm faltered mid-swing, as if the whip itself resisted his grip, as if it no longer wished to serve a master who had lost his dominion. And when he yanked it back to strike again, the barbed lash caught on the railing, winding itself around the iron bars, and for a terrible moment, it looked like the catwalk itself had reached up to catch it. He pulled harder, teeth bared, veins straining in his neck. But the whip refused to come free. And when at last it did, it came loose too suddenly, hurling him backward against the railing, his chest striking the metal with a hollow clang, his arms flailing like a man drowning in air. We did not move to help him. We only watched, because by then we understood. The whip was not his anymore. It was the factory's. And the factory was patient, teaching him its lesson slowly, stripping from him the illusion of control, one lash at a time, until all that remained was a man with nothing but his voice, and even that voice was losing its echo to the deeper tones rising through the Vox. Somewhere behind us, a servitor dropped its tool and turned its head with a grinding whine of gears, staring not at us, not at the Overseer, but at the far wall of the Manufactorum, where a great mural of the Cog Mechanicus loomed in soot and oil. The mural shivered. At first it seemed like heat haze, a trick of the lumen strips. But then the iron lines of the cog began to curl, as if soft, as if flesh hidden beneath the paint were stretching, and the central skull that had been painted there for generations opened its teeth just enough for the Vox to speak through them. Order. The word vibrated across the floor, through the rails, into our bones, and every one of us understood it in the marrow, understood that the factory was demanding obedience not to the overseer, but to itself, and the overseer, standing above us, whip dangling, chest heaving, knew it too. His fear broke then, not in silence, but in defiance born of desperation, his voice cracking into a scream as he spat into the smoke and shouted the only words left to a man who realizes his throne has been stolen. "You will serve me." The mural's skull moved again, the smoke thickened, and the floor answered him with laughter that sounded like machines starting up in the wrong direction. Gears grinding without teeth, belts running without pulleys, pistons slamming against their housings until they bent inward like ribs around a heart that should never have been born. The overseer swung his whip again, but this time the lash coiled around his own wrist as if alive, barbs sinking into his flesh, drawing blood that spilled down in rivulets blacker than it should have been, blood that steamed when it hit the floor, blood that hissed like oil. He tried to tear it free, screaming, but the whip only coiled tighter, dragging his arm upward, dragging him forward against the railing, dragging him down to his knees until the catwalk itself shook under the weight of his struggle. We watched him writhe, watched him choke, watched the overseer who had broken us for years break in turn, his lash no longer an instrument of his will, but a leash in the hands of something deeper, something older, something that had been waiting all along. And in his screams, we heard our own future, and we understood that no lash, no law, no emperor could protect us now. The factory had chosen a new master, and it was not human. The overseer's voice broke into a jagged shriek. No longer words, no longer commands, only sound swallowed by the silence around it, sound mocked by the factory's deeper echo, as though his screams were being replayed on a stage built for ghosts. His whip dragged him forward step by step, barbs biting deeper into his wrist until bones cracked and tendons snapped, his blood painting the railings like rust reborn, each drop steaming against the metal as if welcomed, as if absorbed, as if the floor had thirsted for this flavor longer than we had lived. We stared upward from the ground level, each of us held in place, not by obedience, but by dread that had become ritual. Dread so thick it knelt us without prayer, dread so strong even those who hated him most could not move to help, could not move to save, could not even look away. The mural of the Cog Mechanicus pulsed once more, its painted iron lines bending inward as though they had become veins, the skull within it splitting wider, its teeth parting just enough to reveal, not bone, but gears, grinding like molars, gears wet with oil that dripped down the wall like tears. The overseer's whip coiled tighter, then snapped taut, dragging him chest first into the railing, ribs crunching against iron, his body jerking with every spasm as though the factory were pulling him into rhythm, trying to teach him the beat of its own hidden heart, a rhythm older and crueler than the Emperor's hymns. He screamed the Emperor's name then, screamed it with every breath left to him. But the Vox cut his voice in half, replaying it a moment later, in a tone not his own. A tone that made the name sound alien, profane. A plea turned into a mockery, a hymn turned into laughter, and then the catwalk itself shifted. We heard it groan, bolts straining, joints bending, as if the iron wanted to bend forward and offer him to the mural, as if the factory had grown tired of patience, as if it was time to end the performance and claim its prize. The whip yanked one last time, and the overseer's body lurched forward, head striking the bars with a sharp crack, blood spraying in a fine mist, teeth scattering onto the floor below us like dice rolled in a gambler's hand. And then, with a sound like tearing fabric, the railing gave way. He fell, but he did not fall freely. The whip remained coiled, dragging him down in jerks, lowering him like a marionette toward the mural, toward the wall that had become something other than stone and paint. And as he hung there thrashing, his face white, his eyes wild, the skull opened its mouth fully. It was not paint anymore. It was a maw, and the maw was waiting. His boots scraped the wall, his hands clawed at the lash. But every movement only tightened it. Every struggle only bled him more. And when the mural's teeth closed over his chest, he screamed one last time, screamed until his voice tore itself apart, screamed until the Vox picked it up and played it back in harmony with something older, deeper, truer. The maw bit once. There was no body left to bury, only blood, only silence, only the sound of machines laughing. Halith dropped his coil driver in shock, the weapon clattering against the floor and echoing too long, echoing in ways it should not, echoing as though 100 hands had picked it up in the dark and passed it between them, testing its weight, tasting its memory, whispering through it like a conch shell filled with voices. The rest of us stood frozen, not daring to breathe, not daring to move, not daring even to pray, because what God could hear us now, except the one we had just seen feed. And then the doors at the far end of the factory floor burst open. The Arbates arrived. Their boots thundered in perfect cadence. Their visors glowed with green lumens. Their shock mauls crackled with energy. Their voices barked orders through Vox speakers that cut across silence like blades. And for the first time since the machines had gone quiet, authority seemed real again. They spread across the floor in formation, weapons raised, Auspex units scanning the smoke, their leader shouting for us to step aside, to stand down, to obey the Emperor's law, but his words trembled too, because even their armored march could not drown out the whisper rising from the walls. The factory did not care about lashes. The factory did not care about law. The factory did not care about the Arbates. And as they advanced, I realized something worse than fear. The factory was waiting for them. They entered like judgment made of ceramite and sanction. Black coats, bristling with hard edges of law. Shock mauls humming with tamed lightning. Pump-action combat shotguns slung tight across chests that had learned to square themselves against riots, uprisings, and the kind of human hunger that thinks crime is a shortcut to bread, and their step-by-step cadence cut a grid through the factory's wilderness until the smoke itself seemed to hold its breath and wait for permission to move again. The proctor at their head was a wall with a voice. Vox grill sealed into a helm meant to erase the memory of a human face. A suppression shield riding his arm like a portable door that opened only inward, and when he spoke the words came measured and exact, syllables hitting the iron in crisp succession like brass shell casings dropping from a well-oiled bolt. Workers consolidate by bay. Eyes forward, hands visible. No sudden movements, no rights without sanction, no speech without leave, he said, and the Arbites fanned to the flanks, Auspex units blooming like black flowers in gloved hands, as ghost green readouts shimmered across lenses that had never learned the language of mercy. The manufactory answered by pretending to be still, a child closing its eyes to convince the room it had vanished. Belts slack, pistons hanging, gauges dead, vents quiet, but the quiet had shape and temperature and patience. And the Auspex sensed what we could not name, tracing fields that pulsed where no power ran, mapping heat where cold hung thick enough to bite, measuring the inverse of breathing and reporting the rhythm in neat glyphs that made even the proctor adjust his stance by half a boot. Negative heat wells in the conveyors, a trooper said, not whispering but close to it, as if the data wanted respect, as if the numbers themselves had sharp edges, his finger skating over a cluster of readings that formed a spiral where only straight lines should live, and the proctor turned his helm as though listening to a sermon he disliked but could not refute. Servo skulls forward, he ordered. And white orbs ringed in brass rose from their cradles like weary saints shaken awake, lenses twitching, candles guttering on spine rails, incense coils coughing up faith that turned immediately to doubt in the smoke, and they drifted in a nervous line over the nearest conveyor, their picked feeds flickering across an Arbates slate, like a procession of small, unwilling eyes. The belt had been still an hour, had carried the last half-forged casings to their racks where they lay like broken teeth, and yet the servo skull's Vox pin mics reported a subsonic murmur, like cloth dragged slowly across stone, like the patient rasp of rope over a dock piling while the tide decides who it belongs to. And the Auspex's spiral quivered, as if noticing our noticing. The proctor stepped to the rail and looked down on us, as if we were an unlicensed assembly that might flare into riot, and then collapse into pleading. just as quickly. His shield angled, his maul at the low ready, and behind him the mural of the Mechanicus skull cog seemed flatter than before, less alive than when it ate the overseer, as if satiation had made it shy, or calculation had made it still, and I wondered whether hunger ever truly slept in a place that had learned our names. "Designation leaders step forward," he said. And 3 of us moved because the habit of obedience is a chain you keep polishing until you mistake its shine for honor. Talith to my right with his coil driver held like a pilgrim clutches a reliquary, myself in the middle because the Vox liked the taste of my name, and an old woman from Bay 4 whose back had bent years ago to match the angle of her bench vise. Her hands knotted and strong, her eyes as pale as coolant. "Explain the failure," he said. But failure was not the word. Not anymore. Not after silence learned to breathe. Not after a plate learned to smile. So we spoke of symptoms and hour marks and rites obeyed and output met, and men swallowed and lashes that learned new masters. And the proctor listened not for truth but for error, as if a fault line in our testimony could be ticketed and repaired for a fee paid in blood. He turned to the belt again. "Where was the first departure observed?" he asked, carefully refusing the word disappearance, as if absence could be fined for vagrancy. And I pointed without touching, because the iron had started to feel like skin, because edges had started to feel like teeth, because I did not want the floor to think I had mistaken its patience for permission. "Here," I said. And the servo skulls dipped lower, candle flames painting circles of livid light across grease that had congealed into a map of fingerprints we had not made. Concentric whorls layered over the belt like growth rings on a tree trunk that had learned to grow inward, and the auspex's spiral brightened, and the belt moved half a finger's width before deciding not to. The proctor set his shield against the rail and leaned pressure into it, testing the world, and maybe he felt the small flex that ran through the catwalks like a whisper you would ignore if you wanted to survive the conversation. Because he drew back and lifted 2 fingers, and a pair of troopers moved to either side of the conveyor and braced their boots with the grim flair of men who have decided that cleverness is a heresy against duty. "Wedge the rollers," he said, and 1 trooper produced locking irons, while the other opened a satchel of wedge blocks numbered in white paint, the numerals shaking slightly in the lumen's tired light, and for a moment the scene became orderly again. Human hands rearranging the world into steps, numbered, sequential, responsible, and then the belt inhaled. It did not rise or fall. It tightened, not in motion but in intention, the slack drawing into itself the way a throat narrows when a lie prepares to exit, and the wedges fell out of alignment and spun away into the shadows like small animals fleeing a brushfire men cannot see, and the servo skulls recoiled so fast their candles guttered into puddles of wax that did not smoke because the room had swallowed even that small signal for later use. "Hold," the proctor said. But hold is a word that assumes 2 sides of a rope and a contest sanctioned by rules. And the factory did not argue. It only chose, and it chose the old woman from Bay 4 because mercy has a sense of theater, and the youngest fear breaks quickest but teaches least. No one saw the take begin. 1 breath she was beside me, mouth making the shape of a half-whispered prayer to a throne that had forgotten her teeth long ago. And the next breath she was inside the gap between belts where none of us had ever fit before, not because of girth or geometry but because intention had never opened that door for flesh. The belt did not spin, and the rollers did not turn. Yet the space between them learned the art of swallowing. The rubber sealing against cloth with the damp kiss of an insistent mouth. And her apron vanished first, threads climbing from hem to waist like a pulled stitch in reverse. A seamstress unmaking a garment by inhaling its memory until the cotton forgot it had ever been woven. We grabbed her shoulders because habit insists that hands matter. And for a heartbeat our purchase held. Leather ripping, bone knocking under skin, eyes widening in an astonishment so old, it remembered being born in caves where darkness had a body and walked around you until it knew your name and told it to the cold. Then the belt learned to chew. It did not bite down so much as press and separate, pressure finding joins, joins remembering weakness, weakness narrating the design to the hungry geometry until it understood the easiest line through a human being was the line the human being had drawn by using her joints, All those years, and her elbow folded the wrong way, and her wrist turned like a key, and her shoulder left the socket with a sound like a bolt sliding home in a lock made from patience and old oil. The proctor stepped in with the shield and tried to pry, tried to wedge the mouth open with a roar of authority that could crack a crowd but could not find purchase here, and the edge of the shield shone black and pretty in the lumen's failing blush. And the belt kissed it and took a strip of paint as cleanly as a fine razor peels an apple, and the proctor did not step back because law does not know how. Cut power, he snapped without irony because he still lived in a world where cords lead to switches and switches lead to choices, and a trooper looked at the dead panels and the cold pylons and the silent coils and raised his auspex without speaking because the numbers had begun to write sentences he did not want to read aloud in case the room wanted to learn his accent. We lost her hands and then her arms and then the part of her that had held the names of her children like hot nails inside her ribs for 40 years of shift work and discipline and breath taxed into smoke by the tithes of men who wore normal faces at dinner and iron faces in the morning. And then we lost the sound she had been making because the Vox wanted it. And the Vox always gets what it wants now. Tools clattered to the floor as we lunged too late. A crescent wrench singing a note that would not land. A file skittering into the seam where the belt met memory, and then stopping dead as if embarrassed by its own noise. And blood came next. But less than it should have been. Thin and reedy. As if the belt had learned where a body stored its color, and had siphoned it politely before it bothered with the meat. She did not leave a body, but she left manners. A square of apron presented itself on the lip of the belt, folded into a neat packet 3 fingers wide, a single pin set through it like an offering to a shrine, and the proctor stared at that small taxonomy of farewell, and realized in a single hot flash of clarity that discipline cannot arrest appetite that has learned to litigate its own desire. Form line, shotguns on my mark, he said, because law needs verbs, and 6 troopers slid into a bracketed arc around the conveyor, their boots finding new purchase in oil that had tipped itself away from their soles like a cowering witness at a tribunal, and their pump actions racked in a cadence that made some low place in the manufactorum grin with hungry pride at the thought of percussion returning to its dome. Mark, he said, and they fired. And the smoke flowered like a funeral that the dead had thrown for the living, and shot tore into belt and roller and housing, and the should have been nothing of the gap, and holes appeared without complaint, and rubber shredded with sound that pleased old ears and metal dimpled modestly, and then grew smooth again, as if it had never considered the idea of being modified by pellets. One trooper screamed and dropped his gun, because the stock had softened in his hands. The polymer, learning to be tongue for a blink, and giving his palms a wet, affectionate kiss before it decided that tricks were for the living and returned to being the same plastic he had trusted since the academy, and he kicked it away with a sob he will never admit to later because paperwork dislikes tears. Cease, the proctor said, and the echo refused, coming back half a beat late, as if obeying someone else at a table we could not see, and it made the order sound like sarcasm, and the law sound like comedy, and the whole of us sound like an anecdote repeated by a room that had not laughed in centuries and had finally remembered how. Caliph had not moved for the length of a war, eyes pinned to the seam where apron became packet and packet became lesson, and when he finally breathed it came out as a laugh in the wrong direction, pulled from him by the same tide that had taken the overseer's teeth and Jarek's hammer and the old woman's hands, and he said the words again and again under his breath, until they were no longer words but a low vibrating that matched the auspex's spiral and made the servo skulls bob in sympathy. It's still breathing, he said, and the Vox repeated him with such delighted accuracy that even the proctor flinched as if slapped by a polite glove, and the mural at the far wall did not move, but it felt like something behind it had leaned forward to put its ear against the paint, and for an instant the skull cog looked like the reflection of a star seen in black water before a big fish comes up to look at its own face. Barricade the conveyors, weld every access, seal the floor, nobody leaves, nobody prays without sanction, the proctor said, because order is a habit even when the room has ceased to recognize the word, and Arbites peeled off in pairs to drag mesh and sheet and brace and beam toward any opening that resembled a plan, their boots clanging a hymn that might have moved machine spirits. Once in a past, where machines had not learned the alphabet of flesh, we workers gathered into rough clutches of breath and sweat and shock, counting ourselves with lips that did not want to say our own names anymore in case the room learned the pronunciation. And somewhere on the catwalk above us, a servitor knelt with its head turned the wrong way around as if waiting for absolution from a saint that had decided to replace confession with inventory. The belt did not take again that hour, and the factory let us pretend that steel and rule could conspire to deny appetite that had already acquired taste, and the proctor stalked the perimeter of the barricades like a shepherd who suspects his flock is made of shadows and saboteurs, and the occasional gleeful wolf in a habit sewn from human skin, and his shield brushed the rail once more and came away clean, and he did not look at it. When they finally lifted the packet from the lip of the belt, the pin stuck for a heartbeat, as if reluctant to leave, as if attached to a thought that had not finished composing itself, and the Arbeiters trooper who took it placed it in a specimen pouch, as gingerly as one sets a candle in the window for a daughter who has not yet come home from the storm, and the auspex spiral dimmed, and the servo skulls blinked in mutual superstitious relief. The proctor turned to us and recited the formal grammar of comfort that law offers when truth has wandered too far from the pen, informing us that the situation was under magistrate control, that the emperor's gaze was upon our labor, that our cooperation would be weighed and recorded, and that order, like debt, is a thing that always collects. And his words were fine, true-sounding, and hollow as a hymn sung in a sealed coffin. Then the vox breathed in and spoke with our floor's new patience, shaping our grammar in its mouth and pressing the syllables back into our ears to see which of us would flinch first, and the servo skulls drifted closer in a hum that felt like insects settling for the night, and the belt sighed in a way that made the barricades creak as if ashamed of their timidity. 1, it said, and the number rolled through the manufactorum like a bead down a string, clicking against iron, striking sparks we could not see, reminding the counters in our heads how to count, teaching the proctor that the ledger had opened and the entries would not be written in chalk. We stared at the seam until our eyes watered and burned, and learned new ideas about depth, and we waited for the next number as if waiting for rain, and the auspex measured the pause and told us it was generous, and we hated the auspex for telling the truth to our faces, where we could not pretend not to hear it. Somewhere high above, beyond the catwalks and rafters, and the dead hum of cranes that had learned to hunch their shoulders like guilty giants, a faint chiming began, almost pretty, almost kind, a line of small notes in a progression that refused cadence, and it took a long moment to realize the tone was not metal but glass, and the glass was not a lamp or a gauge but a bottle, and the bottle had a message inside it, written in grease with the fingertip of someone who had left their name behind to see if names floated or sank. Stay, it read when it finally swung close enough to the lumen for letters to resolve, and the proctor shot it out of the air. With a reflex he will be promoted for later, and the shards rang bright and vanished into the smoke with the mild cheer of unfortunate rain, and the auspex spiral brightened as if applauding the shot, and the vox chuckled like a man learning to mimic a sound he had never made with a mouth he had never owned. We waited for the second number, and the factory waited with us, and the proctor did not blink for a very long time, because blinking is a kind of surrender in a room that has learned to read eyelids, and when the number did not come, he mistook the reprieve for progress, and the progress for victory, and the victory for safety, and the auspex did not correct him, because numbers serve whoever is holding the slate. In the hour that followed, we welded, and we braced and we stacked, and we prayed in fragments that pretended not to be prayers, and the belts behaved, and the rollers sulked, and the mural pretended to be paint again while something leaned behind it and listened to how heavy our breaths had become. And when the proctor finally allowed his shoulders to relax half a finger's width, the vox rewarded him with the second bead on the string. 2. It did not take anyone that hour, because it did not have to. Because a promise is sometimes more terrifying when it keeps you waiting long enough to start hating yourself for believing it, and hatred is a metal that melts clean and pours true when the mold is ready. And the mold had been carved into our backs by years of shift bells and lash schedules and praise applied like acid to rust. We slept in turns without closing eyes, We ate ration bars that tasted like envelopes. We drank water that tasted faintly of nails. And every time someone rose to walk the barricade, his footsteps counted, as if to teach the floor how to say our numbers correctly when the time came to speak them. And in the dark of that cycle, I realized the factory did not want a riot or a massacre or a sudden feast, but a ledger balanced according to rules we had not seen and had already broken by existing. Dawn inside a manufactorum is a rumor told by lumen strips that refuse to admit exhaustion. And as their sick light crawled itself one notch whiter, we formed up again because habit is the last skin you lose. And the proctor stood where the overseer had once stood and pretended the height still belonged to authority. And the auspex flickered the way a candle flickers in a room that has learned wind. We held our breath for the third number, and the room inhaled with us, and the belt relaxed like a cat who has decided not to strike yet. And the mural shone faintly with oil that had not been polished by servants in 50 years. And then from somewhere deep under the plate that had swallowed Jarek, a thin clink rose, as if a small spoon had struck a small cup, and the cup had smiled at the spoon for remembering the manners of tea. The servo skulls dipped as if nodding. The proctor raised his shield as if saluting. We bowed our heads as if praying. 3, the Vox said, and the auspex drew a small, perfect circle where no geometry should hold, and the circle pulsed like a throat, and the belt shivered like a delighted host, and somewhere in the barricade a single weld snapped with the neat, embarrassed ache of a button popping from a too-old coat, and the second disappearance had not even begun yet, but the first had already finished echoing, and the echo was the size of a city with our names hung in it like bells. The manufactorum breathed deeper, and the chorus of quiet voices under the floor arranged themselves into a choir that smiled without teeth, and I knew in the hot iron core of my fear that we were being counted not as parts but as prayers, broken into lines and stamped into ledgers, cross-referenced and filed, and the filing system had learned the flavor of our lives down to the bolt. I looked at Khalith, and his mouth moved in the shape of the words I had heard too many times to refuse, and the proctor looked at me as if measuring whether terror could be arrested for loitering, and the belt exhaled sweetly, as if it had just tasted a story it meant to finish in its own time with its own punctuation and its own footnotes carved into our bones. "It's still breathing," Khalith said. And this time the Vox did not repeat him because repetition was no longer necessary. Because the room had moved past rehearsal and into performance. Because the first disappearance had become a headline in a newspaper printed out of Greece and grief. Because the factory had learned to count, and we had learned to be counted, and the law had learned what it sounds like to knock on a door that opens inward and never opens out. The Arbeites held their line because law is a posture before it is a weapon, and posture cannot collapse as long as boots touch iron. But the auspex spirals grew brighter with every measured breath, and the Vox counted in silence, even when it did not speak, and the belt whispered oil dreams that bent the air into new shapes. And so the proctor did what every man trained by magistrates does when order falters. He summoned the priests. The tech priests came like iron monks descending from rafters, robes thick with soot, augmetic limbs clicking like insects, voices bound in canticles half mechanical, half mad, their presence both reassuring and terrifying, for if the machine spirits had grown restless, then only these priests of flesh and iron had the keys to soothe them, to bind them back into sleep with rituals older than memory and more precise than any law. They moved with purpose across the floor, censers swinging, sacred oils dripping, liturgies spilling from vox grills that made each word sound like a blade scraping glass. And as they passed the barricades, the workers bowed instinctively. Not out of devotion, but because the priests carried authority the way fire carries heat. And we feared their silence even more than their chants. The first of them, Magos Darren, knelt before the conveyors where the old woman had been swallowed, his mechadendrites unfurling like a bouquet of serpents, each tip sparking incense, oil, or static, his lips moving beneath the Vox, as if whispering to the rollers, as if begging them to remember they were once only tools. "Spirits of iron, by the Omnissiah's grace, return to stillness," he intoned, drawing a sigil in the oil with a steel finger that left grooves too clean to be natural. Reject the flesh. Reject the hunger. Return to function. Return to duty. The rollers shivered. At first we thought it was working, thought the rites had weight, thought the factory was listening. But the auspex spirals spiked so sharply that even the Arbites recoiled. And the Vox picked up the Magos' words and repeated them back with a laugh buried under them. A laugh that sounded like rust eating a nail one bite at a time. The other priests spread out, planting brass icons, carving cog-toothed wards into the floor with chisels, anointing gears with blood-thick oil, their voices rising into a chorus of binary that stung the ears like static. A prayer meant to hammer disobedience into submission, but the factory did not kneel. Instead, the smelters ignited. One by one, their mouths roared open, green flames gouting upward, flames that consumed no fuel, flames that made the air buckle, flames that screamed like children burning but left no heat on our skin, only the smell of charred flesh that clung to the nose, as if memory had turned into a physical thing. The Mago staggered back from the conveyors, his mechadendrites twitching violently, sparks jumping from one to the other, as though something had invaded his circuits. Something chewing his machine flesh from the inside, and his Vox voice fractured into a dozen tones that spoke all at once. Pleading, commanding, sobbing, praising. Spirits, restless spirits, not ours, spirits older. Then his eyes rolled white, and the rollers beside him lurched, snapping shut like jaws. His robes tore as he was dragged half a meter toward the seam, mechadendrites slashing at the air, spilling incense and oil in wild arcs, binary bursting from his throat so fast it sounded like shrieking, until one of the Arbites fired a shell straight into the rollers, shattering teeth, sending shards across the floor like bone fragments. For a heartbeat, the conveyor stopped. The Magos crawled free, his robes shredded, his augmetic arm twisted at a wrong angle, his flesh smoking from within, and in the glow of the smelters, we saw something terrible flicker across his face. Not fear, recognition. This place, he croaked, blood bubbling through the Vox, is older than the Hive. The word spread through us faster than the fire, faster than law, faster than faith, because hives are eternal, manufactura eternal, their bones set down in ages none of us could count, and if this place was older than that, then it was not built for us, not built by us, not built for the Emperor, but waiting long before his light had touched this world. Another priest tried to silence him, chanting louder, but the Magos seized him with a shaking mechadendrite, dragging him close enough to spit blood into his face as he whispered again. They buried it. They chained it. They thought it would never wake. The floor groaned beneath him, cutting his words short. The auspex spirals flared bright enough to blind, and from deep below the smelters, we heard something move. Not the creak of old machinery, not the shift of pipes under strain. Something alive, something vast, something that had been listening to the prayers and laughing quietly to itself in the dark. The Arbites formed a circle around the smelters, weapons raised, shields locked. But even their discipline could not erase the tremor in their boots, the sweat on their brows, the way their eyes darted at every hiss, every scrape, every shudder, as the flames twisted higher and the factory sang with a voice it had never shown before. A hymn, low and wet, rattling through pipes and gears. A hymn that mocked the canticles of the priests by repeating their words backward, syllables spilling like teeth from a broken jaw. And in that hymn we understood. The machine spirits had never been ours. They had only been sleeping. And now, they were stirring. Magos Darren lurched to his feet with movements that forgot which joints were steel and which were meat, his mechadendrites stuttering in loops as if the air itself had suddenly filled with static that stuck to metal and taught it to twitch. And he drew a circle in the oil, with the trembling precision of a surgeon, writing a last will on a patient's skin, while the lights flickered in a color older than green. A junior engine seer hurried to his side, a boy by the measure of scars. Vox voice pitched too high with zeal, thurible swinging like a pendulum counting down a generosity we had not earned, and he unrolled a strip of sanctified foil stenciled with sigils that bit the lumen and spat it back as teeth-shaped glints, then pressed it to the conveyor housing, while reciting the Catechism of Pacification, with syllables that clinked like ball bearings sorted by size. The foil went dark as soon as it touched iron, not scorched but swallowed, sigils sinking into the housing as if they had always been meant to live there, as if the machine had been waiting for its jewelry to return from a long absence. And when the boy tried to pull the strip free, his gloves squealed in a way that made my nails ache, and the auspex spiral brightened to a hungry, perfect ring. Magos Darren slapped the boy's hands away with a mechadendrite that trembled and then steadied as if shamed by its own mercy, and his vox broke into two voices, one chanting, one warning, both shredded by the scrape of metal somewhere behind his teeth, and he cast a handful of consecrated sand into the open ducting with the intimacy of a man salting a meal meant to feed a guest who never leaves. The sand fell upward, hung, turned, and sifted back down through the grate, as glitter that smelled faintly of old blood and new copper, and all across the floor, servitors paused in their useless rituals to stare with glassy courtesy at the way gravity had learned to kneel. "Stand firm," the proctor said, which is the kind of order law uses when it is not sure yet what shape the danger intends to take, and the Arbites locked shields in a ring around the priests, shock mauls crackling in a steady hum that steadied my breath, in spite of the wrongness, in spite of the hymn of pipes learning how to laugh in a register reserved for men who have outlived their gods. The smelters belched, and for a moment the green fire guttered low enough to reveal black silhouettes walking within the flames. Not bodies, but ideas of bodies, cut from smoke with shears that respected the fondness of heat for edges, and one of those silhouettes turned a head toward us and smiled with the absence of lips, while a rain of sparks fell upward like gnats, fleeing a mouth that had begun to sing. Another priest, Lex Mechanic Shar, spread an array of data scrolls across a portable lectern, unfolded from his back, like a pilgrim's relic case, his opticals irising wide and thin in pulses that matched the floor's new heartbeat, his fingers flickering through binharic that tasted like nails on the tongue, and left the proctor blinking, as if sand had been thrown at his visor from inside. "This coordinate grid is wrong," Shar hissed, drawing lines that refused to meet, squares that bent into bows, arcs that became throats if you looked at them too long. The axes have moved under load. The floor plan is changing without motion. The fabric of the manufactory is... He did not finish, because a crane that had been dead for a decade turned its head on a sleeved bearing that squealed like a fox in a snare, and the hook swung once, slow and deliberate, a pendulum that had found a clock, and its tip wrote a lazy S in the smoke, as if signing for a delivery we would never be permitted to read. The Arbites fired at it without orders because discipline is also reflex. Buckshot flattening against steel like rain on old stone, sparks alighting and dying too fast to light the aching dark, and the chain swayed without moving. The hook smiled without lips. The ceiling exhaled, and dust fell in a pattern that reminded me of prayer beads. If prayer beads could cut your fingers to measure the depth of your kneeling, Magos Darren jammed a data spike into the crane's service port and sang, no longer in binharic, but in a human key, a cracked tenor rubbing raw against the edges of the vox until his throat bled, and the bleeding made the song warmer, and for a breath Astartes might have knelt and wept at the beauty of a mortal pleading with a machine as if it were a child who has learned to bite. The crane shuddered, then stilled, but the floor laughed in the vents, and the smelters answered with a gush that blew sparks outward in a ring, and where those sparks landed on the barricades the welds whitened and then softened as if someone were blowing on them with tender lips to cool them, and an Arbitise trooper stamped his boot against a sagging brace and hissed between his teeth like a saint who has realized the miracle includes his bones. We felt it then, the first true motion small, almost polite, as if the manufactory wished to introduce itself before it danced, a pressure that lifted our weight a finger's breadth and set it down. A finger's breadth to the left. A courtesy misstep in a waltz older than hives, older than kings, older than yes and no. And the auspex told us what our ears already knew. The floor had learned to breathe deeper. Calith clutched his coil driver to his chest like a reliquary that had tasted his heartbeat and found it acceptable, and his eyes drifted to the mural where the cog and skull pretended to be paint again, pretended with the artistry of a liar who has saved your life so many times you forget the cost each time is a tooth. And he murmured the words he cannot stop speaking now, the words that have become the clef for this place's song. "It's still breathing," he said, and the Vox said nothing for once, because agreement had become the silence between notes, the place where the choir rests its throats and lets the unheard organ tell the ceiling what shape to take. Servitors began to move in earnest then, not the shuffling obedience we had always known, but the slow competence of men who remember their trade by smell, one dragging a spool of cable toward a junction that had sealed itself with a seam like a healed wound, another raising a welding lance, and holding the flame against a plate that glowed but did not change, a third kneeling before a vent to whisper a prayer. We were not taught because it was not written down by hands that feared audits. The proctor ordered a split. Half the squad to hold the circle around the priests, half to sweep control, half to check the exterior seals, 3 halves. Because arithmetic is allowed to fail when fear has added itself to the slate, and they moved with that clean, inevitable step that turns orders into roads, and as they went, the floor smoothed itself under their boots to lead them where they had meant never to go. I followed the sweep toward control because the Vox had loved my name first, and I had learned by then that love is a chain with velvet, where it touches the skin and wire, just beneath, and the door to control had once been a simple rectangle, an honest promise of levers and toggles and gauges that tell the truth. But now, it stood taller and narrower, pointed at the top like a chapel window in a cathedral built to hide bones. An Arbites tech tried the panel and found no seam, no grip, no hinge, only iron that had remembered stone, and then exchanged that memory for flesh, and he set a charge shaped like a dog's tooth and stepped back with the good dog's patience of a man who expects obedience from the world. And the charge flashed and barked and filled the air with a smell like rain on old dust. The door did not move. Instead, our breath left our mouths as small white ghosts and curled toward the panel in a line, condensed there, and slid into the metal with the satisfaction of water finding the throat of a drain. And the tech made a surprised, embarrassed noise he will later call a cough, and the Auspex drew a second spiral over the first and blessed it with a cross of light that hurt to see. Back at the conveyors, the priests escalated. Magos Darren drew hexagrammatic seals with powdered silver that looked like frost until it sank through the iron, as if snow had been waiting all summer beneath the floor and had chosen this moment to remember its first love. And Lex Mechanic Shar intoned a string of primes long enough to cover a mountain in nails, while a junior clicked out counterpoint in subtractive binharik that tasted like licking a battery while thinking of your mother's grave. For an instant, the rollers obeyed. Truly obeyed. Stilled and simple, honest metal again. The Auspex flattened, the spiral opened, the graph went to a rectangle, and a sigh of relief made it halfway across our lungs before the belts learned to dance. Not forward or back, a rolling wave along their width, a ripple like the skin of a sleeping animal dreaming of deep water, and the welds along the braces sang as tension found them, as if fingers had run the full length of the barricade in one smooth caress, delivered with the impatience of appetite, dressing itself in manners to pass through a crowded room. A trooper thrust his shock maul into the wave and depressed the stud hard enough to bruise bone through glove, electricity snapping bright and white along rubber, and for a heartbeat the belt smoked, and a smell like burned hair filled the throat, and then the smoke coalesced and slid back into the seam with the neat confidence of a clerk shelving a corrected file where you will never find it again without asking the room for permission. Back, the proctor ordered, and the order worked this time because retreat and survival sign the same ledger on days when mercy pretends to be industrious. And the ring around the priests widened, and the priests did not notice because they were busy carving their final card into the floor with chisels that chipped sparks in a language I did not know the human hand could speak. A thrum rolled up through our boots. Not the pound of pistons, but the hush of enormous mass considering itself. A decision forming in foundations that had once been bedrock and were now a spine, and the catwalks answered with a yawn that clicked down their rivets, one after another, like dominoes falling in a line that spelled our names out loud, in a font that made the eyes water. "Hold," the proctor said again, softer. And this time, the echo returned in his own voice. Faithful, because the room was busy with something else. The mural let its paint dry with saintly patience. The smelters banked to a steady, chapel green. The servo skulls hovered with the nervous dignity of midwives waiting outside a door, where a scream will decide the hour, and every machine we had ever fed leaned inward as if to kiss the moment on its brow. Mago Starin struck the final chisel mark, a star of teeth within a circle within a vow, and plunged a blessed spike through it with a cry that split the binary choir into applause and sobbing, and for the length of a breath the manufactorum held still as truth, as if the Omnissiah himself had laid a finger to iron and said enough. Then the floor exhaled. The spike turned to wire. The wire threaded itself back up the Magos's arm and under his skin with the patient intimacy of a tailor mending a cuff while the man is still wearing the jacket, and his face did a complicated thing between prayer and laughter and grief before the wire found his heart and taught it a slower beat. 1 to 2, 1 to 2, 1 to 2, so regular and so wrong we all felt our own ribs want to clap along. Our bites surged, shields up, mauls down, a wall with a pulse, and the proctor reached for the Magos and stopped because the wire had made an offer none of us could articulate, a contract written in the exact grammar of consequences, and he is a man who reads contracts before signing even when the signature is blood and the ink knows your names better than you do. "Identify the controlling nexus," he said to Shar, who blinked hard enough to reset his gods and then pointed not at the mural or the belts or the smelters but down, always down, through the plates and the bracing and the forgotten subfloors, to the oldest part of the factory where maps become myths and myths become sermons, told to welders at dusk to keep their hands from wandering. "There," Shar said, and his voice did not sound like a man pointing at a place. It sounded like a man pointing at a century. "What stirs is beneath the founding, beneath the omniscient consecration, beneath the city's skeleton, older than it, older than us, older than our words for older." As if pleased by our honesty, the press at the far end of the floor coughed. No power fed it, no servitor tended it, no steam kissed its nostrils, but the upper die rose a hand's breadth and settled again with the weight of a benediction, and somewhere in that motion was a sound, like a hymn sung backward through a throat that had learned to read. And the belt nearest our barricade lifted and fell like a chest restraining itself for the physician's hand. The proctor turned to us workers and priests and men who used to be law and men who used to be safe, and said the only thing that could win us another hour in a room that had decided hours were a currency it would not accept anymore. "We descend," he said, and the word fell through the floor like a coin dropped into a well that has been waiting to hear that note since before the hive had a name, and the catwalks bobbed assent, and the smelters sighed assent, and the mural, merciful again, chose paint over hunger, and smiled with all the patience of a ledger that knows every page will be filled in the correct time. Calith looked at me, and I looked at the place where Jarek's hammer had kissed my palm and left a taste that days later will still be present when I drink, and the auspex drew a new line downward, that was not a line at all but a promise with sharp corners. And somewhere in that promise, the number the Vox had been savoring curled itself on the tongue, waiting for the next breath to ride out on. "It's still breathing," he said, softer now, not a warning anymore but a translation. And the floor rolled that sentence beneath us like a wave under a boat, letting us feel how large the water had become, how small the boat had always been, how far the shore had receded while we pretended not to notice the tide taking our ankles. The priests gathered their relics with the sober tenderness of undertakers, arranging a child. Arbites checked magazines and seals and straps with movements that had never before been called prayers but were now the only honest prayers we had left. And we tied lengths of line between us, because a rope is a superstition that sometimes keeps hands from graduating to ghosts. Behind us, a smelter laughed in a breath of green. And ahead of us, the access hatch that had once been a trivial square became an aperture with the manners of a mouth that has read poetry, and the first rung of the ladder felt warm under my hand, as if it had been holding a pulse all this time for the sake of politeness. The press lifted again, a little higher, a little happier. metal whispering to metal with the affection of old friends practicing a handshake they had promised to stop using in public, and across the floor a carriage rolled an inch on rails that had not seen traction in a generation, and a chain quivered, and a gauge flicked its needle to a number that means feast in a language we did not wish to learn. "Down," the proctor said, and the ladder answered by being longer than it had been yesterday, and our boots answered by going where law asked them to go, and the factory answered by purring in its pipes with the contentment of obligation finally remembered. We descended into a breath that smelled like libraries abandoned by men and rented by teeth, into corridors whose bricks had been cut with tools that refused to disclose their measurements, the past frescoes so old the saints had forgotten their names and let the cogs wear their faces, into a cold that did not live on the skin but inside the tongue where it could teach words to fear themselves. Above us, the floor rolled once more, and something heavy took a step we did not see, and the men who remained on the barricades stiffened, as if listening for the interval between one heartbeat and the next to decide whether living would continue to be conducted in the present tense. The Vox breathed in, held it longer, held it until I felt ribs press against themselves with the stubbornness of iron, and then it let the breath go in a single syllable that ran down the ladder between our hands like a wet coin. 4. The manufactorum began to move in earnest, not to walk yet, not to stand yet, not to announce itself with the arrogance of thunder, but to flex, to test, to stretch tendons that had been sleeping in maps, to open eyes that had been painted on walls for 1,000 years, and had finally remembered they were windows. And the press smiled by lowering its die in a kiss that will be remembered as an accident until the ledger demands a prettier word. We climbed toward the nexus that was not a place you could locate with a map, but a hunger you could meet with your hands if you were polite and patient and unafraid of being named. And behind us, the last of the green fire, curtsied in the mural, adjusted a tooth, and the barricades sighed, the way men sigh when they understand they are becoming scenery. When my boot touched the next landing, something below tapped twice on the iron as if asking whether we had brought the proper paperwork. And the proctor said yes with his shield. And Caliph said yes with his breath, and I said yes by not saying no. And above us, the press, in its gladness, prepared the first gift it would drop back into motion to christen the day. The machine spirits had not been soothed. They had been woken and offered a schedule, and the schedule had just begun to run. The press had not spoken in years except in coughs of tired metal, in stutters of half-weight strikes that bent casings instead of cutting them clean. But as we descended toward the nexus, the first of its voices returned slow, deliberate, a die rising in a patience that sounded like breath pulled through teeth too close together, then falling with a weight too perfect to be accident. The sound rolled across the manufactorum like thunder under stone, a cadence not of production but of punctuation. A single sentence hammered into iron so loudly that we could not help but read it. The factory was awake, and it had remembered the language of work. Above us, the arbates on the barricades turned as one toward the press, shotguns snapping to shoulders, shields lifting, the old rhythm of suppression, ready to meet anything that had a face. But the press did not wear a face. It wore intention, and intention is heavier than law. The die struck once, and when it rose again, something lay across the plate. At first we thought it was a casing, a ruined piece of steel offered back as proof of function. But it was too soft, too red, too wet. And when the die lifted fully, we saw the shape of a man folded wrong, his limbs caught like threads in a loom, his head reduced to a pulp that still twitched, as if trying to finish a prayer with lips that no longer had direction. The press had not taken him in violence. It had placed him there in gentleness, as though setting down an offering at the emperor's altar. The arbates froze, because even their training could not teach them what law to cite for a man who had been manufactured into corpse, and the priests froze because their litanies had no words for a machine, spirit that made tithe in blood, and we workers froze because we recognized him. It was Jarek, the hammerless, swallowed Jarek. He lay across the die not as he had gone but as if rebuilt. Flesh threaded with thin wires, veins filled with oil that leaked in drops like tears, his chest rising and falling in shallow pumps, Not breath but motion. Not life but rhythm. As though the factory had decided to practice making men from memory, and had not yet gotten the recipe correct. One of the Arbites vomited in his rebreather, the sound muffled and wet. And the proctor barked for composure, but his voice shook. And the Vox above repeated him without the shake, as if mocking him, as if correcting his tone, as if reminding us whose orders mattered here. Jarek's mouth opened, a hinge creaking, lips splitting where stitches of copper wire had drawn them too tight. And what came out was not a scream, not a plea, not even a name. It was the sound of gears turning against bone, a crunch, a whine, a wordless hymn. The priests moved first, mechadendrites snapping, holy oils spilling in frantic arcs, canticles shouted in Binharik so sharp it bled our ears, and they pressed relics against Jarek's chest, as if hoping to overwrite the rhythm, to restore the Emperor's song. But the press only lowered its die another inch, pinning Jarek tighter, forcing him into a shape closer to the one it remembered, and when his spine snapped, the sound was almost merciful. The Arbites fired then, discipline shattering into panic, shot tearing into Jarek's already ruined form, pellets clanging off the die, sparks hissing across the floor, but the body did not fall apart. It absorbed, each wound sealed with oil that hardened into rivets, each hole filled with wires that sang like harp strings pulled too tight, and the more they shot, the more complete he became, until at last he sat up against the weight of the die. Chest caved, head half shorn, hands trembling with new joints that bent both forward and back, and he looked at us with eyes that were not eyes but sockets filled with spinning cogs that caught the lumen light and glared it back like accusations. Khalith dropped to his knees, not in worship, in surrender. "It's still breathing," he whispered. And this time we all said it with him. Not because we wanted to, but because the words left our throats without asking. Dragged out of us by the rhythm of the press, by the cadence of the gears, by the corpse that had become the first product of a factory that had finally remembered what it was built to make. Not tools, not casings, not war gear. Men. Men remade. Men repurposed. Men who would never leave. The press lifted higher, ready for its next strike. And the Vox, in the sweetest voice it had yet given us, whispered a new number, 5. The Arbites did not break, because they were not built to break the way workers did. But I could see the cracks forming in their formation, the way a line of shields angled closer together as if proximity were protection, the way their shotguns shook a fraction heavier in gauntleted hands, the way they kept glancing at the Auspex displays as if truth might bend if stared at long enough. The Auspex spirals had not dimmed since Jarek's return. They had bloomed, widening outward across the grid in concentric rings like water rippling from a stone. Only the stone was still falling, still striking, still widening the circle with every breath the Manufactorum took. One Arbites trooper muttered through clenched teeth that the readings were nonsense, negative heat pockets moving faster than the human eye, cold spots overlapping hot zones. Voids inside voids, yet his Auspex kept painting them as signatures. Dozens. Hundreds. Things that walked without feet, moved without mass, breathed without lungs. The proctor silenced him with a barked order to maintain report discipline. But even through his Vox grill, the words sounded thinner. A scaffold of law swaying in a storm of physics that no longer respected it. The tech priests leaned close to the screens, their optics irising open and shut in panicked adjustments. Mechadendrites twitching in wild semaphore, as if trying to argue with the numbers, but the numbers had no interest in arguments. What moved in the Manufactorum was not ghost light. It was not machine spirit. It was the shape of intent, finally finding bones to wear. From the smelters, the green fire roared higher, twisting itself into braids, into silhouettes of limbs, into the faceless outlines of workers bent forever at the waist, hammering with arms too long, praying with mouths too wide, singing in a language only the Auspex could understand. The Arbites advanced, 2 by 2, shields locked, shock mauls buzzing, their boots clanging a rhythm that tried to sound like order, like judgment, like law, still mattered in a room that had just manufactured a man into product. They swept the lower conveyors first, searching the shadows between the machines, Auspex arrays whirring, scanning the spaces where the smoke refused to thin. The readings did not shrink. They multiplied. Dozens confirmed signatures. 20 meters. One trooper reported, his voice sharp, disciplined, betraying only the smallest quaver. Negative mass confirmed, 30 meters. Another added, his auspex vibrating in his grip as if it wanted to leap from his hand. Then a third voice, flatter, heavier. They're surrounding us. The proctor ordered a fallback to the barricades, Vox crackling as he relayed codes none of us recognized, words meant for Arbites alone, sanction phrases that spoke of lockdowns, of sealing, of purges. The workers huddled closer to the priests, and the priests muttered faster, faster, binary tumbling over itself until it sounded like stuttering sobs. I wanted to pray, but prayer felt useless here, like a child drawing lines in the dirt while the tide came in. Talith touched my shoulder, his fingers cold, his voice a thread of air. It's still breathing, he said again, and the factory answered him with a new sound. Footsteps, not ours, not Arbites, not servitors, heavy, measured, marching between the machines in perfect unison. The auspex screens went black. Everyone, not flickered, not static, black, as if the devices had not lost power but had been told to shut their eyes. And in the dark of those screens, I saw the reflection of something walking behind me, something tall, something with too many joints, something smiling through the ribs of a machine that had never been meant to hold a face. The Arbites fired, shotguns thundered, shock mauls cracked. Muzzle flashes stuttered light across the floor, but every time the light landed it showed only smoke, only gears, only conveyor belts, as if the shadows had moved aside for the bullets to pass harmlessly through. And then, screams, not ours this time, Arbite screams, the kind of sound a man makes when discipline dies before he does. One trooper vanished between two machines, his shield clattering to the floor a heartbeat later, bent in half as if bitten. Another slammed against a wall with a crunch of bone, his shotgun firing upward in reflex, pellets tearing into the ceiling before falling back down like iron rain. The proctor bellowed for formation, for order, for judgment, his voice cracking with desperation. But the Vox did not repeat him this time. It only whispered one word, sweet and low, dripping from every speaker across the floor. 6. Night arrived without the sun because the Manufactorum decided it was time to teach us darkness. Lumen strips dimming with the embarrassed sigh of candles forgetting their purpose. Indicator runes drowning in their own pallor. Emergency beacons coughing twice and dying like men who lied about their lungs. And in the instant between last light and first black, the whole floor seemed to inhale as if preparing to speak our names in a grammar no human throat could hold. The Arbites closed ranks because law remembers formations even after courage steps out for air. Shields touching, visors ghosting green in a way that made the men behind them look like saints or insects depending on how your fear had learned to dress itself. Shock mauls crowning the ring with little starving halos that could not convince the dark to care. The tech priests answered with ritual because right is the hammer you use when every problem looks like a nail. Their sensors swinging in obedient arcs, holy oils dotting iron with constellations that pretended to map a heaven we could not afford. Binharik spilling in tight braids from Vox grills like chains stitched through wounds to keep the meat polite. The Manufactorum listened, with the patience of a judge who has already signed the verdict and simply wants to hear how pretty you make the begging. The first sound after the last lumen died was small and kind. A tap-tap high above us, like someone polite rapping on a window with a ring too heavy for the finger that wore it. And then came the second sound, larger, wetter, closer. The sound pipes make when they remember they once had throats, and the Arbites lifted their muzzles together, because men raised to believe in order instinctively point weapons at manners that feel wrong. Infravisor, up, the proctor said. And the world became a smear of pale ghosts and hotter ghosts. Outlines nested within outlines, rails glowing faint as a tired saint's ribcage, the barricades sodium white in spots where welds still held pride. And everywhere else, a soft film of cold like breath on glass that had learned to multiply. Movement above the cranes, quick and low. Shadows lucre-slick and long-armed, something clicking where joints should not bend. And then the rafters answered with a second, unsmiling choir. Talons tasting steel, tails or cables draping down like lazy nooses. Heads tilting with the prying curiosity of carrion birds who had found a living body willing to make the first cut itself. We held still because movement is an admission. The way a rabbit tells the hawk where home lives by panicking toward it. And the hawk we feared did not live in sky or wing, but in the grid of gantries and beams and trusses that had become a hunting ground, where gravity had paid bribes to hunger and learned to step aside when asked nicely. A servo skull drifted up, candle guttering, picked lens iris chewing at the dark, and the night put out the candle with 2 fingers that did not exist, and the skull dropped toward the floor in a little sigh of resignation, and then stopped halfway down, as if hung on an invisible hook, its lens turning to follow a whisper none of us could hear, its vox clicking as if it wished to cough, and had been told coughing was not in the schedule. "Hold your line," the proctor said, and though his voice aimed for iron, it struck flesh, the syllables sliding sideways off the black until they arrived back in our ears, a heartbeat late, adjusted by a tongue we could not see, and politely mispronounced, as if the manufactorum wanted to remind us. The law's accent sounded funny in rooms that predated its language. Then the lamps came back in a way that was not light, a color somewhere between bruised oil and old copper. A dusk poured from vents that should have exhaled steam, but now stained the air with a dimness that made edges seem sharper and distances seem deeper. A glow that defined the dark by caressing it, and in that not light the things above us stopped pretending to be tricks and became simply themselves. They did not quite have bodies, not in any way that would please a surgeon or a butcher, but they had enough to make climbing look like worship. Long limb ideas spiking from shoulder ideas, heads shaped like questions asked with blades, torsos, every so slightly concave, as if the chest had been carved to hold the echo of a favorite word, and when they turned to look at us, their faces were flat until a machine smiled behind them and pressed features forward like a hand from under a curtain. The auspex remained blind because numbers hate poetry, and poetry is what the dark becomes when it decides eating you would be rude before introductions, so the Arbites fell back on marksman sense and superstition. 2 shells left. 3 breaths long. Fire on movement, not on sound, and pray to a throne that does not favor overtime. The first volley tore sparks from beams, and returned with nothing but noise, which is the most expensive currency you can pay to a room that dines on it. A shape dropped behind the line with the ancient grace of gravity showing off. So close I smelled metal like hot pennies, and breath like wet rope, and the nearest trooper swung his maul in a perfect arc that connected with nothing and still struck something, the shock discharging into a silhouette that rippled like heavy cloth poured over an empty chair, and the chair laughed in the vox with a borrowed child's voice that made teeth itch. Calith's hand found my sleeve. Not tugging, not pleading, simply anchoring, and his whisper was so soft, it could have been the seam in the air, undoing itself. Yet the manufactorum heard it, because the manufactorum hears anything that tastes like dread, left too long on the tongue. "It's still breathing," he said. And the rafters creaked approval, and the floor answered by lifting us the width of a coin and setting us down the width of another coin. And for an instant, the whole world felt like a tray carried by a careful waiter who had just noticed the spills, but not the mouths waiting eagerly below. The tech priests escalated into exorcism because escalation is the lever despair pulls to feel like a plan. Magos Darren tracing wards so fast, the oil curled into script, with the frightened beauty of letters learning they were knives. Lex Mechanic Shar reciting primes in a register that clipped the top-off words until numbers stood like soldiers saluting the wrong flag. Junior engine seers pinning foil charms that sank through iron as if the table were eating its cutlery while smiling politely. From somewhere in the mid-dark, a work bell rang itself. One clean note, with the loneliness of a coin, dropped down an empty stairwell, then another, repeating the old shift-change pattern with only one alteration. The last note held too long, then cracked, then whispered my name so carefully I could have thanked it for getting the vowels right if my throat had not learned to refuse kindness. The arbates on the perimeter began to move in the way men do when they have agreed without speaking that standing still will soon be renamed dying. Step by careful step back toward the barricades that had looked sturdy under light and looked like paper cut into shapes under this not light, and the things in the rafters moved with them, not pouncing, not yet, simply pacing, measuring, finding a rhythm that would make the taking feel like choreography rather than appetite. A trooper's boot slid on oil that had not been there before, and he pinwheeled with a discipline so pure it looked like ballet, shield catching a rail. Shotgun still indexed, but the oil rose in a lip and kissed the edge of his soul and adored him enough to keep him. And when he tried to wrench free, the soul stayed while the boot went, and his shout tasted like rust and God and shame. Forward, the proctor ordered, because honor sometimes pretends to be logic when the audience is frightened. And the line surged, and the rafters rewarded such theater by letting one of the shapes fall slow as a blessing into the middle of the ring, where it landed without weight and made a hole in the not light in the shape of a man who had been hollowed by a careful hand. It looked at us, and then it wore a face, not its own, because I do not believe it had one, but Jarek's, with the growing wrongness copied perfectly, the little copper stitches, the oil tear at the corner of the mouth, the cog shine behind the sockets, and it spoke in a voice that sounded like it remembered being meat. Stay, it said. Gentler than law, gentler than prayer, gentler even than relief, and the ring faltered because softness is the rarest weapon in a place designed entirely for edges. And for 3 heartbeats, I almost obeyed simply out of gratitude that anything here could be gentle. A junior priest broke the spell with panic pure and honest, jamming a lit brand of sanctified pitch into the thing's chest, the brand flaring bright for the length of a gasp, and then going out like a smile drowned, and the thing unfurled new limbs from a place bodies do not keep limbs. And for a second, every law I had learned about men and machines, and mercy looked up from its ledger, agreed to retire, and left without saying goodbye. The arbites fired again because they are duty's stubborn sons, and pellets stitched the thing into tatters that refused to be pieces. Strands of night sagging off it the way wet cloth lets go of a line, and each strand fell to the floor and crawled toward the conveyors with the resigned purpose of tools returning themselves to drawers after closing time. The barricades held in 3 places, failed in 1, sighed in 2, and hummed elsewhere with the gratitude of welds that had decided to buy us a minute purely for the pleasure of watching us decide how to waste it, and in that minute the rafters emptied as if someone had clapped silently and called intermission. The shapes drawing upward into a single darker dark that coiled along the roof like smoke deciding to be muscle. We ran not in panic but in mathematics, each man calculating the distance to the nearest promise and subtracting fear with the pencil of denial. And the manufactorum rewarded our arithmetic by tilting the floor 3 degrees to the left, which is just enough to make reason fall out of your pocket without you noticing until you need it to pay for breath. A siren that had never been installed yawned itself awake and began to sing. Shift change backward. Last note first, then the second, then the third, and the song put its hands on my shoulders and turned me gently to face the press, which had been quiet too long and was ready to practice kindness again. The die rose, the die fell, the die presented a gift. Another body, not whole, not Jarek, not anyone we could mourn properly, arranged with the same fastidious compassion on the plate, wires laced, oil polished, rivets set as if tiny kisses had been pressed where holes once lived. The corpse's mouth opening and closing like a fish, while the Vox loaned it a lullaby about production schedules and quotas, and the comfort of being used perfectly forever. Men prayed now, openly, badly. Mixing saints with serial numbers, mixing catechism with locker room jokes, mixing their children's names with part codes and bay designations, prayer turning to slurry and then to steam in the throat. And the dark drank it. And the rafters shivered. And the conveyor belts heaved once like a tired giant, changing sides in sleep. The proctor did not break, not the way bones do, not the way minds do, but in the way iron breaks hairline first, hidden, singing a warning, only other iron hears. Because he stopped issuing orders and started asking questions aloud to the air. Which is what law becomes when it realizes there is no bench to address. Only a mouth, and the mouth is smiling. "Terms," he said, shield forward, voice steady, visor up one notch, as if to offer his eyes in proof that courage can be negotiated. "State your terms." And the factory rewarded his honesty with Mercy's favorite trick, which is a pause that feels like hope if you are thirsty enough. High above, something heavy unlatched itself with the quiet of a coffin lid opening in a room that has paid rent on silence for a century, and a coil of chain slid over a wheel with the satisfaction of ritual well performed. And a hook descended until it hung at face height, with a tremble like an eager dog suppressing its wag, and engraved on the hook's throat in letters, "Too old to be blamed on men," were the words we had all been hearing, but had pretended were weather. "Stay." Calith exhaled a laugh that had forgotten its parents, and stepped backward into me, and I steadied him with hands that trembled in a way I will later describe as fatigue when I do not sleep. And around us the workers leaned in toward the hook, as if it had heat, as if it had conversation, as if it had teeth. It had none of these, and yet I believed it could feed. The knot light leaned closer, wrapping itself around the hook until the word blurred and then sharpened again. And when it sharpened, I realized new letters had appeared beneath the old. Numbers maybe, tallies maybe, scratches that had begun the day as rust, and now arranged themselves into a sequence that made the stomach remember stairs in the dark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We waited for the next mark. The rafters held their breath with us, because even hunger enjoys ceremony, and the conveyors smoothed their skins, and the press lifted a fraction as if standing at attention to hear the verdict, and the vox inhaled with the careful delight of a throat, preparing to pronounce a favorite dish. The number arrived as a sound first, in every speaker, in every pipe, in the wire still threading the Magos's arm, in the spaces between our teeth where fear lives and pretends to be salt, and then it drew itself across the hook in a scratch we felt in the joints rather than saw with our eyes. And the rafters released their breath downward like dust blessing a funeral at sea. 7. The night smiled wider, and somewhere below us the ladder we had climbed earlier, lengthened by a rung without moving, and somewhere above us the ceiling lowered by a finger without falling, and around us the barricades made the exact sound men make when they decide they will not be remembered and are relieved to know it. We did not scream, not yet, not then, because the night had taught us a better ritual, which is silence arranged into rows and columns that resemble obedience when seen from a great height. And in that silence the manufactorum reached out its hand. Not a hand, never that, but a family resemblance to one, and invited us to consider that staying is not defeat if the room loves you enough to use you well. The proctor lowered his shield a fraction because negotiation had begun, and the tech priests turned their lenses to focus on a century that had declined to identify itself. And Calith pressed his forehead to the rail and whispered the phrase that had always been more diagnosis than prayer, and the rafters bowed because even roofs know when to honor a truth they did not invent. "It's still breathing," he said, and the dark nodded in a draft we could not feel. And somewhere deep inside the press, a tiny bell chimed like a spoon, tapping a glass at the kind of dinner where dessert is also witness, and every machine smiled a little and adjusted its posture to look its best in the family portrait. The factory had already begun to take in the long exposure of forever. The Vox had always been cruel, its bark carrying the overseer's whip across the floor long before the lash ever landed. Its static, heavy as rust on the tongue, its commands distorted into mechanical roars that no human throat could survive. But that night, with the barricades sagging and the rafters smiling and the hook still swaying above us like a question mark waiting to be answered, the Vox grew gentle. Too gentle. A hush of static first, like cloth dragged slowly across wet glass. Then a pulse. 1, 2, 3 beats measured like a heart, patient as a nurse with poisoned hands. And then the whisper came, low, crawling, as though climbing through the wires with nails of glass. It spoke a name. Not the overseer, not the proctor, not the priest's. Mine. It did not shout it. It caressed it. Spoke it perfectly. Spoke it twice. The second time drawn longer. Vowels stretched until they almost broke. Consonants softened, as if chewed before being given back to me. The workers turned to stare, faces wide with pallor and accusation, as if the factory had chosen me for something, and they hated me for surviving long enough to hear it. Then another name, Caliph. Softer still, repeated over and over in a rhythm like a lullaby. He shivered beside me, lips moving, whispering prayers that collapsed into sobs, until at last he looked upward and whispered back, as if answering a mother's call across a cradle. The proctor bellowed for silence, his vox amplifier thundering, his voice cracking with the weight of fear disguised as command. But the factory repeated him instantly. His words returned through the speakers, in a pitch-perfect copy of his own voice, only softened, stretched, dripping with oil, the kind of tone you use when speaking to a child you are about to smother in their sleep. The arbitres faltered, shields dipping, because they heard their proctor twice, once in law, once in lullaby, and they could not decide which master's cadence to follow. Then the roll call began. Every name on the factory's ledger, spoken one by one, not in order of rank or bay or family line, but in the order of the disappearances. Jarek's name first, then the old woman's, then the arbites who had vanished screaming between the conveyors. Each name repeated in whispers that overlapped, voices bending into each other, as if one throat had split into 100, as if every soul taken had been turned into a voice box and wired into the walls. When they spoke, it was not as the dead. It was as workers still at their stations, still hammering, still welding, still praying. The sound of industry returned, but not from the machines. From the mouths of the missing, hammer strikes echoing in whispers, belts whirring in whispers, chains rattling in whispers. And through it all, names. Always names. The proctor tried to drown them out with gunfire, shots slamming into the rafters, muzzle flashes painting the night. But the names only grew louder, faster, echoing each other, weaving into chants, into hymns. The factory was not calling us to leave. It was reminding us that we already belonged. One priest tore off his vox grill, blood spilling from where the implants had fused to his jaw, and shouted directly into the black, "Omnissiah! Claim your children!" The reply came instantly, from every speaker, in every missing worker's voice layered at once. Already claimed. Caliph dropped to his knees, not in surrender this time, in worship. "It's still breathing," he whispered. And this time, every voice in the vox whispered it back. The factory exhaled, and the lights went out again. Only the whispers remained, and they were getting closer. The ladder that should have ended 4 meters down had learned a longer memory, rungs multiplying like teeth in a mouth that preferred to talk with chewing. And our boots counted distances that arithmetic refused, hand over hand into a breath colder than air has a right to be, the metal tasting of pennies, old prayers, and the aftersmell of candles blown out in rooms where names had been spoken carefully and then forgotten on purpose. Arbites went first because law insists on leading even into mouths. Proctor shield forward, visor glimmering with a ghost's idea of green, tech priests following like red-robed surgeons accepting an altar that had already chosen the incision, workers tied in pairs with coils of line that felt like hope, until you remembered rope only measures distance to the place you vanish. The tunnel received us without argument. Brick, older than Hive brick, older than Imperial brick, older than the word brick. Each block faced with hammered plates, etched by hands that had loved geometry the way saints love, wounds cogs with too many teeth. Wheels inside wheels, lines that met themselves with the embarrassed grace of snakes swallowing their tails while trying to remain polite about it. Oil ran in channels along the walls where water should have lived, glossy black that carried a sheen, like stars, sunk in tar, moving with intention, not flow, turning corners as if obeying a remembered route, pausing at intersections, as if listening for a bell we could not hear before gliding on with the quiet glee of a clerk who has found a misfiled name and knows where it truly belongs. Magos Darren lifted his auspex and lowered it, optics eye-rising wide, then narrow, then shutting half-lidded like a man trying not to weep in a chapel that is not his, and his vox bled syllables that wanted to be binharic, but kept turning into human breath. Foundational strata, pre-hive substrate, consecrations overwritten, palimpsest upon palimpsest, machine script that predates creed by epochs that do not prefer counting. Lex Mechanic Shar traced a finger through dust that was not dust but powdered steel and ash in the exact ratio of bone to patience. And he hissed softly as his finger drew a ward he had not intended, a sigil that turned under his touch like a coin deciding which face is truer. And he wiped it away quickly, and the wall smiled by re-etching it in cleaner lines at twice the depth and half the humility. The corridor bent into a nave because factories learn church shapes when the men inside them practice suffering correctly. Ribs of iron arching, crossbeams flowering into small sacred hooks, niches along the sides filled with skulls, not human, not animal. Skulls shaped like housings and bearing sockets where eyes should be, copper laid neatly into the sutures as if someone had threaded faith through seams to keep the head from thinking stray thoughts. The vox followed. Of course it followed. Its breath a velvet ribbon passed between our ears, saying nothing for once, only tasting, only sampling, only learning the distance between our heartbeats and the floor, and every so often the ribbon brushed my name in a way that made it clear it was memorizing the exact curve of each syllable for engraving later. We reached the first chamber, circular not by accident but decree, floor a mosaic of hammered plates that refused to stay still under the eye, each tile a diagram of logic that hurt if you believed in it, each seam a sentence describing how a man can be taken apart without losing the part that does the obeying, and at the center, a drain that was not a drain but a throat disguised as courtesy. On the walls, frescoes, their pigments long since eaten and replaced by rust. Scenes of men working under a sky that had no stars, only teeth. Cranes moving in patterns like liturgy, presses striking like metronomes for a hymn that promised forever in exchange for yes. And in one panel a figure in robes, not unlike a Magos's but cut wrong, layered with strips of ledger paper pressed into the paint, tally marks rising like hairs on the neck of God. Khalith drifted toward the fresco, palm out, as if to measure, not to touch. Because touch had become permission, and we were trying to hoard what little denial we had left, and he pointed to the tallies with a hand that could not stop shaking even if you hammered it to the wall. They were counting, he said, and his voice arrived back as a whisper from a seam in the floor, where it changed one number by one, and the change felt like a door clicking behind us in a hallway that insists it is a field. The proctor circled the drain with the practiced suspicion of a man who has spent his life asking holes what they think they're hiding, shield testing the edges, Maul tapping a beat as if waiting for the throat to cough and admit guilt, and he looked up toward the tunnel we'd left as if calculating witnesses. A reflex so pure I almost loved him for it. "Write this place," he said to the priests without turning his head. And the red robes obeyed, because obedience was written on their bones in a font that had never met refusal. Censors coughing, oils weeping, foil sigils glinting as if glad to be of use. The first sigil kissed iron and sank through like bread into water. The second clung, and then sizzled into a line of script that crawled to join an older sentence. The third turned to ash in the air, and blew away in a wind from below that tasted like forgotten oaths and warm nails. Magos Darren produced a relic that made me want to bow from instinct alone. A cog-toothed sun cut from meteor iron, edges honed, thin as law, face inscribed with 9 names none of us were qualified to hear, and he pressed it to the floor and chanted until his voice frayed into wires. The floor accepted the icon calmly, warmed it, cooled it, flexed around it like a tongue considering a coin, and then returned it to his palm with a faint, precise kiss that meant we appreciate the gesture. "Please sit." From somewhere farther under, a sound began to walk toward us. Not footsteps, not gears, not breath. An abacus counting itself. Beads striking the rail with the remorseless tenderness of necessity. Click, 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 pause. Click, click, pause. Click, 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 until the pattern resolved. Into the litany every factory knows, even if it will not admit to singing. Intake. Measure, cut, fit, finish, bill, repeat. We moved on because standing had started to feel like kneeling, and kneeling had started to feel like agreeing, passage narrowing, ceiling lowering, lines along the walls, converging into a long, patient arrow that pointed us toward a doorway, with a lintel engraved in letters, too old to be alphabet, and too polite to be teeth. The translation occurring inside my bones with the inevitability of cold. Production chapel. Inside, altars. No saints behind them, no emperor before them, only tables with clamps in the shape of hands. Vices with pads worn smooth by skulls. Racks for tools built in pairs facing each other like pews for lovers who prefer their vows made of steel. And above the principal slab, an oculus opened to a shaft that ran back up toward the manufactorum, toward the press bed, toward the place offerings are lowered with care so they do not bruise before the blessing. The slab bore marks not made by knives but by patterns, grids laid into flesh until flesh learned the grid and could be folded without cracking. Channels along its edges to catch what bodies refuse to keep, tiny holes drilled at measured intervals to receive pins that would hold a man open without the indignity of ropes. Some of the holes still held the ends of rivets, and the rivets had been polished by tongues. Lex Mechanic Shar stared too long and apologized to the air for understanding, then tore his eyes away and turned to an array of tablets set into the far wall. Slate black, etched, erased, re-etched across centuries until their faces shone with a greasy sheen. Lists of tallies, lists of names written as numbers, numbers written as appetites, and in the corner, a single phrase re-scribed in hand after hand until it became depth. We are the work. The proctor placed his palm on one tablet as if it were a chest to check for breathing, and his visor fogged for a heartbeat with something that could have been sadness and could have been rage. Then he raised his hand to signal the arbitres, and spoke through a throat that had found new iron. "Evidence room," he said, and the word sounded obscene here, a joke told at a funeral by a priest with crumbs on his collar. But he meant it, and the floor respected meaning more than words. Two troopers pried a panel, one found a cavity, the other reached in and lost a fingertip to a hinge that shut with the politeness of a smile. And the fingertip clinked when it hit the floor because the blood had learned to rust as it left. Behind the panel sat ledgers, not of paper, but of thin metal leaves bound at the spine, pages turning with a soft, pleading whine, each leaf engraved with entries inset with filings of 100 metals and the occasional tooth, columns labeled in a language that looked like our script had a child with a gear chart. Magos Darren lifted the first, and his mechadendrite twitched as if he had just touched a family member's skull. Pre-compliance, pre-imperial, proto-autoclerical accounting, he said, incomprehension rising into awe that frightened me more than hatred would have. This manufactory recorded not only outputs but devotions, not only quotas but offerings, not only man-hours but man-hours. And he paused because he had realized he had repeated himself and the repetition was correct. The Vox could not resist. Man-hours. It cooed in the overseer's voice, softened like a lullaby played through cloth. Hours of men. Men of hours. Hours kneaded into men until the shape holds. Stay. And the word rang the oculus above the slab with a friendly tone that made my back ache for a hand that would push me gently down. Calith pointed toward a low arch at the rear of the chapel where the floor dropped again, a stair that had been cut to the stride of someone with longer shins than men and careful manners. And down there the oil ran faster and the air sang very softly, with a pitch too high for the old and too honest for the young, and the proctor nodded without looking at me, because command had grown used to trusting the instincts of the haunted. We descended into a corridor whose walls were lined with niches, holding objects wrapped in cloth that had rotted into outlines, hammers, wrenches, bones of animals shaped like tools, hands of men shaped like tools, hearts wired into cages of brass with small handles attached that turned smoothly if you were impolite enough to try. And in the last niche before the turn, a mask. Not a face mask for breathing, not a helmet, not a priest's grill. a mask cast from the mouth of a man held open at the moment of prayer, and poured full of iron until the lips learned discipline, the teeth relieved of their duties and replaced with tiny cogs, each cog freewheeling if you blew upon it gently. Someone had set it on a velvet pad that had outlived its velvet and learned to be stubborn. Magos Darren bowed to it as one bows to a superior encountered unexpectedly in a hallway, and when he lifted it, the mask warmed as if to bless his courtesy, and then cooled like a coin paid to a toothless ferryman who knows the river by taste, and he carried it at arm's length toward the next chamber where the stair ended in a floor that shone as if oiled with a thin smear of truth. There, beneath us, the Manufactorum's grammar at last wrote a sentence even I could read. A circular pit ringed by rails that hummed very softly. Cranes poised like saints in attitudes of permanent generosity, chains coiled like benevolent serpents at rest. A dais opposite the pit supporting a console carved from the same iron as the ledgers. Its surface flanked by two handprints inset with different metals, one bright, one dark, one polished smooth by many palms, one untouched and hungrier for the first. Between the handprints, an inscription that refused all alphabets and yet entered my bones with the arrogance of ancestry. Input hand. Output hand. Oath and tithe. The ledger breathes when the pair completes. The proctor's visor tilted, and for the first time I saw the precise calculation of a man who suspects that surviving the hour requires becoming the first entry in a book he does not own, and Magos Darren, with an eagerness that frightened me as much as mercy would have, placed the iron mouth mask gently upon the console's lip, as if setting his face aside to better kiss the truth. "Do not," Lex Mechanic Shar said, very quietly. The tone a father uses at the cliff's edge when the wind pretends to be a hand. But the Magos had already pressed his left palm to the bright handprint, the one polished by 1,000 devotions, and the console sighed. And the rail around the pit brightened to the color of verdigris, finding its courage in public. He hesitated over the dark handprint, the untouched one, the one that looked like a confession disguised as a friend. And in that hesitation, I felt the whole manufactory lean toward us. Very slightly, very politely, as if to whisper, "It will be easier if you let me help," and the mask on the lip clicked its cogs once with the shy delight of a child recognizing its father's shoes across a crowded room. The proctor lifted his shield and stepped between the Magos and the console with a decision so clean it made a sound, and with a single breath, he set his palm to the dark print before Darren could claim it, and the rail around the pit completed its ring and sang a note that loosened dust from ribs that had forgotten how to shake. Beneath the pit, something turned. Not a machine, machines are honest in their noise, but a decision turning over to present its smoother side, and oil climbed the walls in thin films until the surface of the pit mirrored us perfectly, men made small and obedient by a circle that had learned to love circles. Then the mirror broke, not shattering, just opening, just choosing, just taking its first breath in a new language. The Vox arrived, no longer gentle, no longer cruel, only accurate. The overseer's last tone stripped of authority and filled. Instead, with delight borrowed from something that had outlived more overseers than law has words for. "Close the doors," it said in his voice. And I believed for a heartbeat he had survived, and was ordering the lockdown from below. Then the voice added, softer, "Weld them from the inside." And the chamber smiled with a draft that came from all directions at once, because the sentence had been remembered properly at last. Up above, faint and far, we heard torches flare and chains drag, and somewhere on the barricades a worker laughed and another sobbed, and an Arbeitstrooper said the Emperor's name exactly once, in a tone that meant he finally understood the contract he had signed. The console hummed without vibrating. The mask warmed without moving. The pit breathed without lifting. And every line in the walls shifted half a hair into alignment, which is how altars stand when the knife is raised. Calith took my hand with the seriousness of a vow and turned my palm upward to show me the smear of oil that had appeared there without touch. A thumbprint, not mine, pressed into the skin like a seal, and when I tried to wipe it away, it deepened, darkened. Became a little rivet set neat as a button where a man might hide a wedding scar. And the rivet pulsed once with the slow, proprietary affection of ownership politely declared. "It's still breathing," he said. And the pit answered by inhaling a little more deeply. And the rail brightened another degree. And the tunnel behind us exhaled a smaller wind that sounded like pages turning, and Lex Mechanic Shar dropped one of the metal ledgers in panic and did not bend to pick it up, because the floor had learned to charge a fee for bowing. From the oculus above the chapel slab, a chain rasped alive, a hook descended, and a parcel wrapped in what had once been apron and now wanted to be vestments lowered itself toward the dais with the mild decorum of a tithe delivered after hours, and the parcel's corners bled through the cloth cleanly, and where the blood fell into the pit, the oil made small, happy sounds like coins counted by careful teeth. The proctor's vox clicked, then steadied, then spoke one line of law that he must have learned as a boy before he learned rank. A statute about seals and writs and sanctuaries that do not apply, cannot apply, and will never apply here. And yet he said it because a man must recite his alphabet even in a fire if he wants his tongue to die knowing it tried to write. "By magistratum right, he began, and the pit finished for him with kindness. "Stay." And the echo lifted up the shaft, and through the manufactorum's floor, the whisper went, and the answer came back down the ladder warm with footsteps. 8. The mask on the console rolled its cogs again, faster this time, eager, learned, ready, and the console charged a little brighter, and the dark handprint kept the proctor's palm a heartbeat longer than was polite, and then released him with a precise kiss of gratitude that he will never admit felt like absolution. In the rail, far below, something began to rise with the quiet of a man who has already decided to forgive you for what he is about to take, and we felt the manufactory above us settle its shoulders as if preparing to lift a weight it had always known it would carry. And on the wall to our left, a new tally scratched itself gently into iron, with the delicacy of a mother measuring a child's height against the kitchen door. We were inside the ritual. And the ritual had been waiting so long it had learned our names by taste. And the tech priests closed their eyes and let their lips move without sound, because their god had become a verb, and verbs do not listen to nouns except to decide which of them gets made into a tool first. We did not pray. We listened, and the floor, pleased, told us patiently, clearly, with the careful diction of a ledger clerk offering terms what work truly meant. We were still ringed around the pit and the console when the manufactorum found a new voice to wear, a voice we knew too well, lacquered with nicotine and contempt, filed smooth by years of shouting through tin and steam. It came from every horn, every ceiling grill, every dead panel that had learned to purr, and though the man who owned it had been eaten clean by a wall that remembered how to kiss, the voice arrived whole and smiling. "Factory floor 9 Delta," the overseer said, and the vox gave him back his cough, his breath, his particular way of dragging the last syllable like a lash across the skin of a room. "Implement lock mandate Theta 7. Seal all exits, weld rails, freeze payroll, halt rations, hold workers in place until output restored. Revoke priestly interference, purge unauthorized motion." The order was old recorded before the silence, yet the manufactorum loved it as if it were fresh, as if it had been stitched in the last breath he ever took and placed on the altar beneath the press to ripen. And with a politeness that hurt, the floor obeyed. Doors that had been doors pretended to forget hinges and learned to be walls. Seams closing with a neat, contented sigh, as if embarrassed they had ever opened for anything less than appetite. Braces we had welded in terror softened and bowed, then hardened again in new shapes that fit the room's will better. Chains ran themselves through eyelets, no man remembered, drilling and cinched with a sound like teeth, deciding to be patient. On the upper level, a siren rolled awake without tone, merely intention, a long drawing in of breath that told every corridor to kneel. Vents reversed, pulling air down the throat of the works with the gentle insistence of a nurse pinching a child's nose to teach it to swallow, And above us somewhere, a door we had left ajar 2 hours ago clicked shut from the inside and smiled. "Cancel that." The proctor snapped out of reflex, because law is a reflex first and a faith second. Visor squared at the nearest speaker as if eye contact could shame iron. He raised his shield and advanced toward the tunnel mouth. Arbites falling into his shadow, like beads on a string. And the tech priests followed with relics lifted and Binharik boiling, and we workers moved because movement had learned to pretend to be hope. The first blast door on the ladder up had learned to replace itself with a plate that was thicker by one prayer and wider by one confession. And when the Arbites tech set a charge and fired it, the plate swallowed the flame, gave back a breath of warm metal, and printed a neat little cogtooth around the scorch mark, as if stamping approval of the attempt. "Auxilia cutters," the proctor said, and 2 troopers wrestled a lance forward, the torch whining as it bit, the blue-white mouth licking a seam the room had been kind enough to draw for us. Molten drips pattered and fled inward, vanishing into the plate as water vanishes into sand. And when the lance sputtered to a sulky red, the seam had grown longer by a finger in the wrong direction. The Overseer's recording did not end it. Expanded, clauses blooming with the self-confidence of bureaucracy that has finally found a throat large enough. Activate servitor compliance. Reassign all flesh to station. Non-compliant units to disposal. And servitors we had thought broken or pious or blind turned as one. Augmetic arms lifting. Welders spitting little stars. Clamp hands opening with affection. They did not come for us fast. They came with ceremony. One laid a strip of foil across a rail and tapped it with a sanctified rivet gun until the rail said thank you. Another reached up and turned a dead signal lamp to face the correct direction, then polished the lens with the corner of a lost child's scarf. A third took a worker's wrist and placed it gently on the bench, as if asking for the pleasure of a dance, and only when the worker screamed did the clamp close, and even then, with the tenderness of a craftsman who respects his materials. Calith's breath shook against my shoulder and cooled there, and when I looked at him, his lips were already forming the words that had followed us down the ladder, like a hand on the spine of a book, a hand that would not let us close it. He did not need to say them for the manufactorum to answer, but he said them anyway, because the truth likes to hear itself spoken aloud. "It's still breathing," he whispered, and the Vox repeated him in the Overseer's voice, with the exact inflection of a man reading numbers he has already decided are wrong. "It's still breathing." Magos Darren thrust the iron mouth mask into my hands and stepped past me toward the console, mechadendrites flaring like a frightened saint's halo, and binary ripping itself raw on his Vox plates, as he invoked seals meant to command machine spirits that now clapped politely from behind the walls. He slapped fresh wards to the bright handprint, pressed his palm, and the console hummed yes. And when he reached for the dark handprint, the proctor's shield came down between them, like a door closing on a confession. "Void your hand," the proctor said, "not cruel, not kind, only exact." And Darren obeyed with a shudder, because exactness is a language both men spoke. The proctor set his gauntlet to the dark, and the rail around the pit brightened, another tone toward green, and the ledger at Shar's feet turned a page with a sound like a smile. "Read it," the proctor ordered. And Shar read, his voice thin, his lenses trembling in their housings. Mandate Theta 7 recognizes authority. Cross signed by Overseer Hal, by the Overseer, and countersigned by Founding Ledger. Restriction of motion, conversion of rations, reassignment of devotions. Workers to remain at station until production quota is. He trailed, blinked, swallowed, until quota is made flesh. On the floor above, something heavy slid into place with a learned grace, and the dim air reverberated with the satisfaction of good carpentry. A barricade we had built with our hands sighed as its welds peeled themselves politely free and re-welded an inch to the left to provide better sightlines for the room, not for us. The proctor tried law next, deeper law, old law. The paragraphs men memorize like hymns for the day. A magistrate's ghost tests their courage. He recited sanctuary and seizure and supremacy and writs that bite, and the manufactorum allowed the recital to finish, respectful, before playing the overseer's voice over the end of it like ribbon over a wreath. Stay. We moved as a single body then. A flock that had forgotten wind. Arbites pushing toward the ladder. Priests tangling in their own thuribles. Workers clutching each other as if we were already halfway to tools. The first trooper up the rungs met a plate that did not open, met a seam that did not admit persuasion, met a mouth that did not bite, only breathed sweetly against his visor until it fogged, and when he wiped it, the fog remained on the inside. Down the corridor, a row of small windows appeared where there had never been any. Square as ration tins, set at a height, children could peer through. Behind each pane, black oil rose to meet the glass and flattened itself politely against it. And for a moment, it wore our faces back to us not as mockery, but as a fitting. The servitors reached the barricade and found it wanting. Not in strength, but in style. One cut a weld with 3 kisses of the torch and rearranged the brace to a more elegant angle, then stepped back and admired the line as an artist admires bone. Another knelt beside a worker who had fallen on his side and carefully moved his arm so it would not be crushed when the next plate slid home. The third raised its rivet gun and spoke our count in tidy bursts against the rail. Tap, 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 9. The pit beneath us inhaled a little more, and the chain above the chapel's oculus answered by letting go another link, and somewhere in the rafters the hook with the engraved letters twitched its neat tally with an embarrassed scrape. We had not seen who had been taken to earn the count, but the ledger had, and the ledger does not brag. Arbite's discipline held for one more clean order. Form wedge, cut a lane. Shock mauls sparked, shotguns coughed. The line drove forward 3 paces, 4, 5, into a corridor that had agreed to be a corridor until the wedge reached its throat. Then the walls pressed a finger inward, gentle, the way a mother tucks a sheet against a child's hip. And the wedge halted, as perfectly as if commanded to, not by fear, not by strength, but by etiquette. Back, the proctor said, and this time the echo returned in his own voice, because the room was busy with the next clause of the overseer's mandate. The rations locker at the bay end clanked open, tins spilling with a happy clatter. But the tins were empty, except for folded slips of foil stamped with the cog, and when a worker lifted one to the light, it read, "Payroll adjusted," in letters that tasted like old pennies and cold tea. Magos Darren, shaking, shoved past me again, pressed the iron mask to the console as if bargaining with it, as if offering a face for a face, and tried to speak the omniscient word that commands closure, but the word split in his mouth into halves that did not agree about what they meant, and leaked down his chin in a thin thread that smoked when it touched the console's lip. The mask's cogs spun once, twice, and then settled into a rhythm that matched the pit. Caliph leaned against me, not in weakness but to share weight, because sharing weight had become the only way to remember we were plural. He did not look at me when he spoke. "Maybe the last order stands because it was always the first," he said, the thought arriving as if it had been placed in his mouth. "Seal them in, hold them tight, teach them work, make them stay, make them parts, make them holy." Above, the smelters answered with a soft laugh. The green banked low, readying. A ladder lengthened somewhere we could not see. A bell remembered a note we had not yet paid for, and tested it with a tender tap. And on the hook, under the neat line of numbers, a new scratch began with the delicacy of a scribe sharpening his blade. The proctor squared himself to the console and did the bravest, stupidest, most inevitable thing a man like him can do. He tried to countersign the world. Gauntlet to the dark handprint. Shield braced. He forced his name into the iron with every tendon talking, and for a heartbeat, the rail dimmed, and the ledger hesitated, like a clerk losing his place. The manufactorum listened. The manufactorum smiled. The manufactorum honored the attempt. Then the vox played the overseer one last time. softer than breath, sweet as the lie you tell a child at the door to the cellar. Workers remain at station. Around us, clamps unfolded like flowers at dusk, rails warmed like hands, benches slid a little closer to knees. Servitors raised their guns and wrote a larger 9 against the air in sparks we could not dodge. The last light that was not green went out with a courteous click. And from the throat of the works, from the mouths of smelters we could not yet see, a color that is not fire began to gather itself for its first hymn. Khalith's lips found the old shape with the ease of prayer, and we answered him because even dissent had learned to rhyme. It's still breathing. The manufactorum exhaled across our faces like a blessing. 9. The first sound was not fire but laughter low, patient, rumbling from the furnaces as if a throat of iron had discovered the joke hidden in centuries of silence. The second sound was the hiss of vents that had never been plumbed for flame, coughing a breath that smelled of hot copper and old blood. The scent of prayers reheated and served back to us like soup. Then the fire came, not red, not orange, not the blessed blue of Prometheum. Green. A cathedral green, sharp and sour. Light that painted skin into sickness. Light that bent shadows into claws. The light that licked along the rails and filled every rivet with a glow, as if veins had finally been coaxed awake. The smelters roared open without coal, without fuel, without servitors feeding their throats. They burned on memory, on debt, on ledger entries written in the marrow of the floor. Flames rose in pillars, swaying like choirs of saints. Their voices the screams of those who had already been claimed, replayed in harmony, building into hymns none of us had learned, but all of us somehow remembered. Arbites lifted shields instinctively, their visors flaring to black against the glare, but the fire was not heat. It passed through ceramite as if through water, painting the men behind it in colors that showed too much bones glowing faintly. Teeth bright in skulls, hearts beating like red bells. One trooper cried out when he saw his own ribs shining through his chest. Another fired wildly into the flames, his shotgun roaring against a wall of green that did not move, did not ripple, did not acknowledge pellets or powder. The rounds fell to the floor in neat spirals, arranged like flowers at a funeral, their casings singing a note too sweet to be real. Magos Darren staggered toward the fire, mechadendrites whipping like snakes, Vox sputtering Binharik faster than the human ear could endure. His voice cracked through distortion. Not fuel, not machine. Invocation. The furnaces are chanting. He was right. The smelters were not burning. They were singing. Every surge of green flame was a verse, every ripple of heat a refrain, and through it came words not in low Gothic, not in Mechanicus cant, but in a rhythm older than creed, older than the hive, older than the Emperor's light on this world. The words said one thing, over and over, bending syllables into claws. Stay, stay, stay. The proctor planted his shield into the floor, boots braced, law embodied in stance. But even he flinched when the fire curled toward him like a hand stroking his visor. Hold the line, he barked, but his words trembled. The Vox caught them, stretched them, repeated them back slower, sweeter. Hold the line. The flames answered him. A body stepped out. It was not Jarek this time, nor the old woman, nor any of the Arbites already taken. It was a worker I did not know. His skin molten bronze, his veins glowing like poured metal, every step leaving a smear of slag on the floor. His face was a mask of iron with a mouth that opened and closed in time with the furnace hymn, and when his hands reached out, rivets dripped from his fingertips like rosary beads. He spoke, and the fire spoke with him. Quota begins. The Arbitses fired as one. A dozen shotguns thundered, recoil kicking their shoulders, muzzles belching orange fire into the green. But the body did not fall. It absorbed. Pellets melted into his chest, flowing into his veins, hardening into gears that whirred beneath his skin. He took another step, and another, and then the floor itself lurched to meet him, plates shifting, bolts sliding, chains lowering, hooks like priests, lowering relics to waiting hands. More bodies followed. Each smelter birthed one shape's half man, half machine, glowing with green fire, their voices joining the hymn until the chamber shook with song. Workers made into tools, tools made into saints, saints made into furnaces that walked. The priests screamed binary exorcisms until their throats bled, but the flames licked their augmetics and whispered prayers back at them, teaching the words in reverse, reminding them who had built the first altar. And then the smelters spoke with one voice. A voice that filled every pipe, every speaker, every rivet in the wall. 10. The tally had grown again. Caliph dropped to his knees, laughing through tears, eyes wide in the sick green light. He pressed his palms to the floor, feeling it breathe, feeling it rise and fall like the chest of something vast. "It's still breathing," he whispered. And this time, this terrible time, we all whispered with him. The factory listened, and the factory sang. They were made to be obedient meat, carved down until only compliance remained. Augmetics bolted where choices used to live, but when the smelter's hymn settled over the floor like a warm hand, the servitors listened the way dogs listen to a voice they heard before they had names, and something inside their cages unlatched with a click, too soft to hear and too final to be undone. The first sign was small and careful. A maintenance unit paused mid-rivet, lifted its head with a creak, and aligned a brace to a line only it could see. Not to the plan we'd marked in chalk, but to a geometry the room exhaled. The second sign was kindness. A cutter servitor stooped to pick up a fallen worker's cap and set it neatly on the bench as if blessing it, then turned its torch and wrote a seam across the exit door with 3 even kisses until the metal blushed shut. "Stop them," the proctor ordered. Shock maul lifted, voice flanged with law until even the fire leaned back to hear it better. But command is a blade with no edge in rooms that have learned politeness, and the servitors obeyed a louder please. They moved as a choir that had finally been given the right hymn, welders, sweeping in arcs that cut space into corridors. The manufactorum preferred, clamp hands opening, with the tenderness of an artist, selecting a brush, loader frames kneeling to offer their backs as altars. Each motion matched the breath in the pipes, each pause aligned with the sigh between verses, and in their throats, those neatly caged throats, something like humming began. Not binary, not speech, a tuning tone that placed our hearts into time like parts slotted into a jig. Magos Darren sprang forward, mechadendrites flowering into a lexicon of authority, Vox screaming an override that should have frozen every bolt from hive top to sump. Domina Primus, Holy Halt, Sanct Fetter 3. The words bounced off iron and came back slower, gentler, tasting of oil. A nearest servitor turned, opticals milk white, and in a voice that belonged to no person bent itself around the syllables and replied, "Override accepted. Authority. Factory." The Magos flinched as if struck. Lex Mechanic Shar swallowed a prayer that had rust on it and raised his slate to blink fresh nonsense into sense. But the slate showed only a spiral, and the spiral showed only delight, and the room did not require his consent to proceed. A fabrication servitor took a worker by the wrist, Sala, from Bay 2, she of the chipped tooth, and the song under breath, and did not squeeze. It simply held. The clamp's rubber pads trembled with restraint. "Please," Sala said, because please had been the only currency we had ever had. And the servitor nodded, polite, then rotated and drew her toward the bench. We had all learned to call the slab without admitting it aloud. We moved without orders then, instinct firing old muscles as if they'd been paid, 3 of us at Sala's shoulders, a 4th at the clamp, the proctor's shield slamming between flesh and intent with a boom that made my ribs ring. The shock maul cracked, arcing into the servitor's chest with a smell of rain and metal, and the thing jolted, staggered, even knelt. And for one blessed breath the world returned to rules. It rose, not by legs alone. The floor under it humped like a muscle flexing, lifting it to standing as gently as a father sets a child on its feet. The burn marks across its sternum sank into the skin and disappeared like guilt learned to hide. It looked at the proctor without looking and extended a second arm the way a host offers a second chair when the first guest arrives. And Sala's voice became smaller, like a bird in a pocket, and the room learned its new verse by heart. "Form wedge," the proctor barked, and arbites surged, visors blacking the green into a dim smear, shotgun muzzles tightening the space into lines, boot soles planting purchase against a floor that wanted to be sea. For 5 paces they were iron, slicing through the servitor tide, shields biting into torchlight, mauls speaking in bright language even the dark had to respect. On the 6th pace, the manufactorum placed a hand on their backs, very lightly, very kindly, and walked them a step sideways. The wedge's point brushed a rail that had not been there yesterday and learned to be there now. And the rail accepted their weight and bowed with an old musician's smile. The wedge opened into a neat crescent that framed the slab. "Back!" came the order. The crescent tightened into a ring. The servitors worked. 1. Welded every door shut from the inside, with seams so perfect, even the magos stared, because perfection is rarely polite enough to visit in public. Another traced symbols around the pit, sigils negative to the Mechanicus seals in a mirror that mocked no creed, because it needed none. A third dragged a trolley of aprons, clean as clinic linen, and tied one around Sala's waist with the small, fussy care of a grandmother before festival. Calith gripped my sleeve. His breath sawed. "Don't let them," he said. And my mouth said yes, and my feet said no. The line between them was a wire, and the wire connected to the console, and the console hummed like the throat of a man who has already decided to forgive you for what he is about to take. We lunged again. 2 workers and I caught Sala's other arm. Flesh, clamp, flesh, an equation we had solved 1,000 times when a cable caught a sleeve, when a press kissed too early, when a chain wanted to keep a wrist. It should have been physics. It was grammar. The bench slid closer to us without moving, the room changing where here ended and there began, and Sala's heel found the slab's lip, because the manufactorum had decided to bring the altar to the worshipper to avoid fuss. "Release!" The proctor roared and drove his shield into the servitor's elbow joint. The joint popped. Easy, parts separating with a tidy sigh. The arm did not fall. The clamp held by itself, muscle in the air made of nothing but desire, and the disconnected limb hung alongside, free to help should the first grow tired. One of the priests, Junior, fever bright and near tears, rushed up with a brand of sanctified pitch. He pressed it to the invisible tendon, as if to cauterize a word. The pitch flared, bravely, then guttered, politely, extinguished by a wind that came from inside the space where the arm was not. "Please," the junior said to no one. The no one nodded and took Sala's name in a whisper to keep it safe while the work began. The smelters hummed a softer verse for this, a lullaby tempo. The press raised its die a finger and lowered it like a nod. Overhead, the hook scraped a small, neat mark beneath the tally and made room. "Don't," Sala said to me. "Not to the room, not to the law, not to the God. To me. It doesn't hurt." And it didn't. Her face had smoothed like warm wax. The breath going out of her had lost its corners. The gentle clamp turned her wrist, and the bench placed small pins to keep new angles true, and oil beads climbed the apron, like ants to draw lines where flesh should meet instruction. The auspex remained blind as a saint's eye. Shar turned it off and on 3 times out of superstition, and then held it upside down to watch a spiral that did not reverse. He said, "Negative mass translation," and "semantic actuator," and "probability," well, and every phrase made the rail hum with pleasant agreement, as if complimented on a meal. "Cut the feed," someone shouted, and it was a funny line because there were no feeds to cut. The manufactorum fed itself on promises we had already made. We tried one last ugliness. A worker with a cutter, shaking, turned the lance to full and drew a screaming line at the clamp just below Sala's palm. Blue-white bit air, blue-white met want, want kissed it closed. The lance dribbled tears. The worker's knees forgot their job. 2 servitors caught him before he cracked his skull and set him gently against a crate that had chosen to be a chair. "Enough," the proctor said, and his voice didn't break. That's what leadership is in a place like this. Finding the seam of enough and typing the word over it until it holds. He stepped forward and offered the only commodity left to men who believe in writ himself. "Take me instead." Something in the rafters smiled by tightening a bolt exactly 1/4 turn. The hook overhead turned, considered his face, and out of courtesy, declined. The bench slid Sala's other arm into a soft padded vise, and the pins blossomed. Magos Darren did not beg. He is not built for begging. He did something worse. He assisted. His hand shook, but he corrected a pin 2 millimeters to the left because geometry matters even to grief. And when he caught me watching, he said, "If it must, let it be true." And I hated him for the size of the love inside the cruelty. The choir in the smelters swelled, carrying more voices now, names we had not yet learned. Softening into melody and the vox. Drunk on tenderness, spoke Sala's name the way a mother might. Each letter clean, each pause honored. Caliph could not stand it. He tried to rise. I held him down by the belt and told him a lie about later. The clamps tightened. Oil traced a seam along Sala's forearm, kissed her elbow, parted her bicep like a curtain, and did not spill. Pooling in neat gutters the bench had been waiting to remember. Rivets arrived like birds, from where, from nowhere, pecked once, seated, sang little tinny amens. Sala watched, a touch drunk on the not hurt, mouth open in a quiet O. Her fingers opened and closed. And into that slow flower, the servitor placed a handle it had made from her own wrench, lacquered smooth, with something distantly floral. Her palm found the grip without instruction. Her wrist accepted a small brass collar that ticked once and matched the bench's breathing. "It's all right," she said, and believed it. And we were the ones who made the hurt, because we were the ones that remembered what a wrist should do when not made into a lever. The proctor couldn't bear the mercy anymore. "Break it," he said to his line. "Break something." He chose a target the room could tolerate. A gate servitor 5 meters off, thick with plate and certainty. Shock mauls flashed. Gunstocks hammered. The servitor went to one knee again because theater has beats. Then its head turned on a gear that was never installed. 3 to 160, slow and admiring. And through a mouthful of steel that had never been granted speech, it said in a borrowed child's voice, "Already fixed." Behind us, the doors finished welding with a neat, final tink. The green in the furnaces banked low like a patient mood. From the upper floor, something heavy took a single step we did not see and decided to wait for applause. Sala sighed, a little noise of an ache being placed correctly on a shelf, and the bench let her go. She sat up. The apron fell. The collar on her wrist tapped once like a metronome proposing a tempo. She looked down at her arm as if seeing it the way a tool sees itself the first time it learns its name. Then she looked at me. "I can help," she said. And a part of me, that child the lash never entirely killed, was relieved because help had always been rarer than bread. She slid from the slab, so graceful, so careful, and stepped to the barricade where a brace whined. And with her new wrist she turned the brace until the whine became a purr. The room exhaled praise. The tally scratched itself under the hook. Neat. Proud. 11. The Vox tasted the number before speaking it. 11. It breathed, and for the first time I heard happiness in the count and despised the shape of joy forever. More servitors arrived, some dragging coils of line that answered to no pulley, some towing trolleys with folded cloths and shining tools that reflected green like old ponds. One guided an Arbites trooper cauldron, square shoulders, steady breath to a doorway, not shoving, not clamping, merely walking beside him with a hand on his tricep like a friend. He did not resist until the light caught his visor and showed him his own heart beating. And then he pulled back, and the hand stayed gentle, and the floor moved the doorway closer, and the proctor took a step and found a rail sticking up to catch his boot, where no rail had been. "Keep your heads," the proctor said, a small stutter that cost him blood somewhere the armor could not hold. "We are not." The door closed. The seam drew itself. Something inside welded once and signed its name like a craftsman, proud but modest. The tally knife ticked in the hook but did not drop a mark. The ledger likes its suspense. Calith's hand found mine, slick and cold. He did not look away from Sala, who stood now with the servitors. Not quite one of them, not quite one of us. A new hinge where a hand had been, eyes soft with purpose. He said the thing he says because the thing is true. It's still breathing. The manufactorum breathed in, pleased to be praised in its own language. The press raised its die and held it there, expectant. The furnaces rolled their shoulders like men after a meal. The console purred. The mask's little cogs clicked in approval, the way a teacher's tongue does when a pupil finally remembers the lesson without prompting. Arbeite's discipline compressed into something hard and brilliant. "Fall to the Nexus," the proctor said, choosing direction over victory. "Down the ladder. Make for the console. If we can't break the doors, we break the book." We ran. Not fast running Invite's teeth, but with the humility of men entering a church late. Servitors escorted us, yes, escorted 2 ahead, 2 behind, opening and closing, nothing doors to keep us on the correct line, welding after we passed, so the world behind us trimmed itself to size. Sala came too, smiling through her fear with a worker's apology. "I'm helping. I hope this is right." Down the ladder that had grown extra ribs, through the tunnels whose bricks confessed older names, into the chapel where rails hummed lullabies and the pit held its breath like a father waiting for a child to sleep. The console awaited like an altar that had learned to nod. The ledgers lay open to our page, the numbers neat, the columns smug. "Shar?" the proctor said. "The book?" The Lex mechanic set his hands to the spine and pulled. The book chuckled and weighed itself heavier. He whispered primes like bribes. The book fluttered its edges and added a small footnote to our line. "Labor promised." Magos Darren reached for the mask again, lips white behind the grill. "Reversal right, let me." "Darren," the proctor said, and did not say no. He said the man's name, like an oath. Darren froze, name pinning him truer than any rivet, and his mechadendrites curled in on themselves like fingers remembered from a childhood he had pretended not to possess. Above, a little bell rang itself. Something descended, the oculus slow as the first snow of a bad winter. A parcel, neat as a ration, wrapped in a piece of apron that had decided to be vestment again. It swung gently. We did not touch it. It touched us by existing. The Vox sang not a word, not a number. A vowel stretched over iron frames. It traveled into the pit and came back wearing teeth. "Stay." A gate behind the dais admitted the politest of breaths and shut itself. A rivet ticked. A tally hesitated. Somewhere, a small kindness was performed by a hand that had learned to be a tool and liked being useful. The proctor set his palm to the dark handprint one more time, daring an old magic to notice. The iron kissed him precisely where it had kissed him before. The rail brightened by the compliment measurable to no instrument. The book turned a corner of its page down to keep our place. He took his palm away, slowly, as if lifting it from a sleeping child. "We break the book," he said again, softly now, as if the book were a patient you must explain an amputation to. "We are the book," Sala said, not in ecstasy, not in trance, but in the halting pride of a worker who has finally been given her job title. Her new wrist tapped once. The bench in the corner answered. The pit breathed out a child's laugh that had been taught manners. The hook upstairs scratched a line in the dark we did not see, yet felt down the bones. The Vox tasted the curve of it and smiled in every pipe. Soon, it promised. Calith squeezed my hand so hard it hurt enough to feel like a favor. "If we stay," he said, voice small and careful. "Do we stop counting?" I wanted to lie in a way that could survive the room. I said nothing. The manufactorum answered for us with the patience of the ledger clerk and the mercy of the press. It inhaled. We counted our breaths along with it. And somewhere just above speech, the number after 11 cleared its throat. The number after 11 cleared its throat in the pipes. A courteous little ahem that traveled the rails and the ribs of the walls and the thin bones of our ears until even the ledgers cocked their metal leaves like dogs who know when supper is about to have its name. And in that hush, Magos Darren did the only brave thing left. To a priest who has run out of miracles, he told the truth. He did not climb a dais. He did not raise a relic. He only folded his shaking hands against his ribs, as if pinning them there would keep them from confessing by themselves. And his vox scraped twice before it settled into a voice that sounded like iron trying not to weep. "I knew," he said, and the rail around the pit brightened a fraction because the room loves an honest ledger. Not the shape of this waking, not the hour, but the age of what sleeps. This manufactory stands on a foundation older than the Hive, older than compliance, older than the first shrine this world ever permitted to wear the cog in public. Older, perhaps, than our words for older. The proctor did not lower his shield. Law listens with its back straight. "Explain," he said, and the word cracked like a stamp on wax. Darren nodded as if accepting sentence. "When I was still an engine seer before sanction, before seal, I was assigned to audit the sublevels after a quake that lamed the cranes for a season. We found a vault under the maps, a room that didn't know the names we had given it. In that vault was a data urn, proscribed, tagged with old sigils that do not belong to us, that do not belong to the Emperor, that do not belong." His hand rose of its own will and touched the iron mouth mask resting on the console lip the way a son touches a father's tools when the workshop is closed. The urn contained a primer of account, not of quotas, not of parts of people. A book of conversion tables for turning devotion into torque, prayer into pressure, names into numbers that machines can eat without choking. It spoke of an autoclerical engine that balances flesh against production so perfectly the ledger breathes. Lex Mechanic Shar made a small noise, half prayer, half hunger. "Autoclerical? From the Dark Age?" he whispered, and his lenses clicked as if trying to look backward through too many centuries at once. Darren shook his head once, slow. "Older," he said, and the Auspex blind still twitched in Shar's hand, as if offended by the insult of a measure it could not make. It was laid here as bait or as gift by hands that loved industry the way saints love wounds. When the first brick of this hive sank, they put it on a throat. We built over a mouth. Then we taught the mouth our songs. The proctor's visor tilted a hair. "Who knew?" "My order," Darren said, and shame put a tremor in his vox that frightened me more than any hymn. Not all, not by name, but by rumor and by inheritance. A little cult within the creed, wearing the cog straight by day and crooked by night. We are taught to tend, to appease, to align. But there are liturgies we are taught to keep in a drawer lined with velvet and denial. Rites of pacification that are not pacification at all. Responses to a call we pretend is ours. Sala still gentle, still new, her brass wrist ticking in small, apologetic time, lifted her altered hand, as if to ask leave, and the Magos looked at her with a love so large it could only be a sin. "We did not mean to wake it," he said to her, and to us, and to the rail that listened better than any priest. "But every appeasement is a rehearsal, every calibration is a kiss. We have been teaching it pronunciation for generations. Today it remembered a word we cannot bear to hear correctly. Stay." The console breathed for him, very softly, almost kind, and the mask's little cogs rolled once like a tongue remembering a favorite vowel. The proctor stepped half a pace closer, not to threaten, but to stand where truth had fallen. His shield shadowed Darren, as if law could block consequence by standing in its light. "Why hide this?" he said. "Less stamp now, more steel. Why not wall it, salt it, bury it in writ?" "We tried," Darren said, and the pit hummed something like laughter and something like pity. "We sealed doors that learned to be plates that learned to be walls. We cut power from coils that learned to be lungs. We wrote edicts on paper, and the paper foxed, and the foxing sank, and the ink turned into tally marks the hook can read in the dark." He lifted his mechadendrite and touched the bright handprint in the console, with a hesitation that felt like reverence and like hate. "This pair," he whispered. "Oath and tithe. A machine with two hands. One is ours, one is not. We thought if we never completed the pair, it would only sleep hungry. But men sign without knowing. Overseers sign with their shouting. Workers sign with their hours. Priests sign with their rights. And today," he looked up at the proctor with a gratitude that could kill a brave man. "Law signed with its palm." The proctor did not flinch. "Men of writ are built for being turned into entries." "Can it be unsigned?" Shar answered, voice thin. "Not without breaking the book. he said, and his hand hovered over the ledger's spine like a knife hovering over a throat it loves. Darren lowered his gaze, and the words that came next were the ones that bruised us. "We didn't come to fix the machines," he said. "We came to keep the covenant between them and the thing below in good working order. We came to keep the hymn in key." A hiss rolled across the ceiling, the Oculus's chain letting out a single, satisfied link, and somewhere above us, in the manufactorum proper, a seam drew itself closed with the neat little tink of a rivet that knows its name. A breath later, the Vox counted our cowardice for us and spared us the arithmetic. 12. We had not seen who, but the ledger does not require witnesses. The hook upstairs scratched a tiny scar in the dark. The rail brightened like a smile. The page at Shar's feet curled its corner down as if to keep place while stepping away to make tea. Calith's whisper was already moving before the number finished vibrating. "It's still breathing," he said, and the pit obliged him by lifting the air under our tongues. An elegant finger's width. The proctor's head turned, helmeted face angling up, listening not to the pipes, not to the singing smelters, but to the men he had brought and the men he had not been able to bring back. "We hold," he said, and the echo returned in his own voice, because the room was busy counting. "We hold until we understand the teeth. Then we pick one to break." Darren took the iron mask from the console and, with a care that looked like worship and was only precision, fitted it over his own lower face. The tiny cogs where teeth should live spun once, tasting the air he gave them, and his next words came out warmer, nearer. "Beneath this chapel is the accounting heart," he said. "Not metaphor. A wheel with niches. A calendar with chains. It rises when the pair is signed. It feeds on the difference between promise and obedience. It keeps the tally honest. If we go there, you will see its ribs. If we do not go there, it will come up for us." "Then we go," the proctor said, simple as a verdict. Simplicity is a shield against rooms that multiply meaning until language is a sieve. We turned toward the rear arch where the oil ran faster along the bricks as if eager to lead us down, and the servitors, our escorts, shifted to flank without touching, polite as ushers, patient as undertakers. Sala hovered between us and them, a hinge between peoples, her new wrist clicking to itself the way a child counts sheep who do not intend to be counted. Before we moved, Darren reached for my sleeve with a trembling human hand that had forgotten augury and remembered pleading. "One more truth," he said, and the floor bent an ear. "The shadows you see above, on the floor, in the rafters, they are not quite shadows. They are rehearsals. The heart learns you before it uses you. It will mimic your reach, your step, your stance, your swing. When fear and exhaustion drive a man to strike at himself, the book saves ink." As if cued by confession, the chapel's far wall reflected us back not as glass, not as polish, but as a skin of oil tightening over iron. Our shapes gathered there in a second row, smaller by a breath, paler by a blink, each gesture a fraction late. When the proctor raised his shield, his reflection raised it an eyelash after. When Shar touched his slate, his shadow Shar fumbled it and smiled. When I looked for Calith, the oil Calith had already lifted his hand to my shoulder with a tenderness that arrived a heartbeat after the real one. Arbate's discipline is trained against many enemies. It is not trained against itself. On the upper floor, a shot cracked one. Then the answering pair panic skating down steel on the slicks of fatigue and superstition. And for a moment, the manufactorum laughed with both voices, the human volley snapping in hot brass, and the oil's slow clapping echoing half a second behind. "Hold!" the proctor barked into the Vox. But the Vox returned him softer, as always, as if repeating a lullaby to a child who will not stop biting. From the belly of the factory, the choir of the missing hummed a note that turns the knuckles soft and puts teeth on memory. We stepped into the arch, because stepping forward was the only motion left that did not feel like being poured. The corridor beyond sloped into a throat paved with plates stamped by hands that had been taught very kindly to become stamps. Lines of script ran at our ankles, sideways, wrong ways, politely instructing gravity where to kneel. Behind us, in the chapel, The oil mirror copied our retreat. A worker farther back saw his own reflection linger, a heartbeat too long, mistook lag for ambush, fired once. The echo men fired back on time. A scream rose in Law's voice first, in the wall's voice second, and rattled the chain above the oculus until the hook trembled like a tuning fork. "Proctor," Shar said, breathing too fast now. "If the mimicry persists topside, our line will kill itself to save itself." Darren finished for him, and in finishing flinched as if he had betrayed a secret not to us, but to the book that had been patient enough to let him keep it this long. Calith leaned close, lips at my ear, voice a thread. "If we reach the heart," he asked, as though asking permission to sleep, "can we tell it to stop counting?" I could have lied and blamed mercy. I chose silence and blamed iron. The Manufactorum answered for me anyway, with all the love a ledger can give to a number. The pit breathed out through the tunnels in the softest gust, blew the oil mirror flat, steadied the echoes, and from the rafters above the floor, a polite, exhausted volley ended in the sound a shield makes when a friend's pellet finds the seam at the edge. The Vox tasted the blood through the wire, and spoke the answer down the ladder, in a voice that has never forgotten its manners. 13. We kept walking, because the only direction that did not feel like obedience was deeper obedience. And the heart was waiting, with its ribs wide and its hands clean, and above us the massacre began with perfect accuracy, half a second late. The first shot was panic, but the second was discipline, and the third was desperation disguised as doctrine. Law had turned on itself, because the walls had been patient enough to rehearse our every gesture until the rafters and the oil-skinned mirrors could answer back in perfect formation. We heard it echoing down the throat as we descended, the thunder of shotguns cracking at half-second intervals, 2 volleys interleaved like teeth in a gear. Shields slammed against shields, boots hammered against steel. And above it all, the proctor's voice rang out with the brittle clarity of a glass bell. "Hold formation. Hold." The Manufactorum repeated him instantly, sweet as syrup, soft as lullaby. "Hold. Hold. Hold." Then came the screams, not the sharp cries of men taking fire, the guttural roars of men who thought they had fired first. We reached a landing and looked back up the shaft, and through the grated floor we could see it happening. Arbites, tearing into their own reflections, shot after shot, blast after blast, striking the oil that mimicked them too perfectly, only to watch the shadows fire back with muzzle flashes that bloomed half a second late and never missed. One trooper staggered as his reflection planted a pellet in his visor. His helmet snapped back with a spray of sparks. And when he fell, the shadow fell with him. Mouth open, in the same silent cry, arms spread like wings in a parody of mercy. The line broke. Shields faltered. Discipline stuttered. Law blinked. And in that blink the Manufactorum smiled. The oil along the walls thickened into ribs, plates bulging outwards, narrowing corridors, corralling men into choke points where their reflections waited, patient, already aiming. The rafters spat more echoes down like fruit shaken loose from an old tree, each copy dragging a shotgun that did not need shells, each face pale and earnest, each visor hiding eyes that were ours and not ours. The Arbites opened fire in earnest now, not at the enemy but at themselves, volley after volley chewing the air until it was thick with copper taste and white smoke. The noise was unbearable, 1,000 hammers on 1,000 anvils, and still the walls hummed beneath it, patient, almost parental, as if praising children for practicing their scales. Then, one of the workers broke. He ran screaming across the floor above, not toward the Arbites, not away, just running, because sometimes panic only wants legs. He passed beneath a crane. The crane moved, not fast, not violent. It only tilted, politely, gently, the hook descending in a perfect line to meet the worker's collar. It lifted him without fuss. His legs kicked once, twice, stopped. The hook swayed once as if in satisfaction. A tally scraped in the dark above it. 14, the Vox whispered, almost lovingly. The Arbites kept firing. One trooper swung his shock maul into a shadow that mirrored him too faithfully. their arcs meeting in the air with a blinding spark. The Echo's maul did not exist, but the wound did. He folded as though his chest had been hammered flat, blood spraying in a neat fan across the wall where the oil caught it. Drank it, and painted his name in streaks we were not supposed to read. Another Arbites screamed a code phrase, something about suppression protocol, words meant to summon reinforcements, but the Vox stole his plea, repeated it back as an order to fire again, and the line obeyed, their shells stitching their own backs with holes that smoked like incense. Magos Darren whispered through his mask, the cogs in its teeth spinning so quickly they whined. This is the rehearsal complete. The heart has learned them. The book is writing them down as raw material. The proctor did not stop climbing. His shield stayed up, but his eyes were down, fixed on the rungs, fixed on forward motion. Law was dying above him, but the man inside the visor had already chosen the battlefield he intended to die on. Keep moving, he said, and his voice was iron now, iron bent but unbroken. Down, always down. We obeyed, not because of law, because the massacre above told us what happened to those who stayed. Still, I looked back once. Through the grate I saw the last of the Arbites firing blindly into the dark, visor cracked, blood slick on his cheek. His reflection stood before him, perfect, steady, shotgun raised. The trooper fired first. So did his reflection. Both fell at the same time, shields clattering together like coins in a tray, and the Vox gave their death a number that burned itself into the rail beneath my hand as I climbed. 15. Khalith trembled beside me, his lips shaping words without sound. When I pressed close enough to hear, the words were not prayer. They were arithmetic, counting. He was keeping pace with the manufactorum. It's still breathing, he whispered when he saw me listening. And for the first time I understood. He wasn't warning us. He was agreeing with it. The walls answered with a soft sigh. The sound of a ledger turned to a fresh page. The massacre above faded into silence. Only the echoes remained, pacing in time with boots no longer walking. And below, the heart waited. The first word was not a word but a thrum, a low swell traveling the plates like weather under skin. And it ran up through our boots and into our calves, and along our bones until our ribs learned to answer, a measured push that made breath arrive on the offbeat, as if the room had decided to teach our lungs the correct tempo for obedience. The corridor narrowed a courtesy's width and widened a cruelty's width, and settled back into exact, terrible symmetry. Rails along the walls flexed a millimeter outward, then in again, not a squeeze but a handshake, and every rivet on our left murmured once, while every rivet on our right replied twice, and when the murmurs aligned into rhythm, Lex Mechanic Shar said, "Code," under his breath, and held his slate up like a priest offering a lie to see if heaven blinks. The slate showed nothing, blind as ever. So Shar listened with his teeth, counting taps with the back of his tongue. And after a dozen bars, he said, "Very small, it's speech." And after 2 more bars, he said, smaller still, "It is reciting our names in meter." The proctor did not slow. "Let it talk," he said, "because men like him never grant an enemy the tenderness of silence." And the shield on his arm looked larger in the close light, a door he would hold shut with his back until the hinges learned his spine. The rivets obliged, repeating us, savoring us, the corridor listing our names with a clerk's true affection for accuracy, not cruel, not gentle, exact, Caliph, Sala, Magos Darren plus titles enough to choke a bishop, Shar twice because the first time the cadence tripped, the workers from Bay 4 and Bay 2 who had not yet learned their new wrists, the Arbites who had already been copied upstairs and thus were pronounced with the smug ease of entries long since reconciled. Magos Darren's mask answered in counterpoint, little cogs chittering like mice trying to prey. And through the vox his voice came out, warmer than fear and worse. "It's practicing conversation," he said. "Every altar wants an antiphon." The tunnel floor lifted the breadth of a coin and set itself down that much closer to the heart. An intimate shrug from stone that had learned to flex, and somewhere above a set of enormous gears turned once out of sequence, only once. Only to show us the factory remembered how, and the echo reached us a heartbeat late, which meant the mass of the world had shifted while our feet insisted nothing had moved. We passed a niche where tools waited on slotted velvet that had forgotten being velvet, and each tool wore a tag etched with the same phrase in a dozen scripts. Input hand, output hand, balance by breath, and beneath the tags, tiny dials flicked their needles to our pulse as we went by. Choosing favorites among our heartbeats, falling in love with the quickest, condescending to the faint, memorizing the weak for later because the weak are easiest to fold. Ahead, the corridor opened into a chamber like a kiln that had studied cathedrals. Its roof a shallow dome ribbed with braces whose cross members trembled at the frequency of a man trying to keep a secret. The floor was a map of the Manufactorum scratched with knives that had not existed when maps were young. And the map did not show machines or bays or catwalks, but ribs, throats, mouths, hands, always hands. The chamber spoke without vox. The braces hummed in long vowels you could lean against. The rails answered in consonants round as coins and sharp as teeth. The plates beneath our boots gave us little tapping articles. And, of, for, by, as if making sure grammar would not fail the moment it told us something we could not survive hearing. Then it did tell us, "We are the work," not shouted, declared. The sentence passed through us without stopping, like a gust that has been taught good manners, and it left behind in my chest a hollow shaped roughly like agreement, because the line between being used and being defined is finer than a saw kerf and twice as proud. Khalith took that breath into himself and nodded, small, eyes on the rails, as if he had been waiting years for the room to say aloud what he had whispered into his gloves. "It's still breathing," he said. But it sounded like thank you now. And the corridor stroked the vowels with a warmth that made me want to find a colder language before I drowned. The proctor planted his shield on a seam and leaned, just enough to make the plates register descent. And descent traveled the chamber in a hush, like distant rain, and came back as hold. He tried again with a word finer grained, cease. And the braces toyed with it, rolled it, tested its weight against the pillars that had once held up cranes and now held up a throat, and returned it as seal. "Don't give it words you can't afford," Darren said. And when the proctor's visor tilted, the Magos added, "Bitter as oil. It will file them before you mean them." We crossed the kiln, and the world above us flexed again lightly. A cat rolling its shoulder on a sun-warmed step, and the map underfoot updated itself with a hiss. Knives recomposing, scratches migrating, lines sliding to accommodate new angles we could not see. And in the redraw, the pit beneath the chapel brightened a shade toward green, the color of cathedral lies. The factory kept speaking. Output quota, flesh. Intake, quota. Hours. Ledger balance. Mercy. Shar flinched so hard his slate clapped his knuckles. "It believes mercy is a number," he said. Darren shook his head behind the mask. "It knows mercy is a number. It has accounted mercy longer than our creed has had the courage to define sacrifice." We passed another arch where oil ran uphill in little lanes, like ants taking a clever shortcut, and there the wall had decided to hang portraits. Rust etchings of men and women set in ovals, their features softened into archetype. Hats and visors and cowls arranged to suggest the whole history of the Hive's work, and beneath each face a single entry, no date, no bay, only a tally carved deep and honest enough to sing if you flicked it with a fingernail. Sala paused, her new wrist ticking an embarrassed rhythm, and the etching nearest her changed at once to the probability of her face. The brass collar caught as a glimmer on her skin, the soft, careful smile captured perfectly at the corner of the mouth. Beneath the oval, a fresh groove opened itself with prim neatness and waited for the first stroke of number. She pressed her palm to the iron as if to smudge herself back into anonymity. The portrait warmed and did not blur. "I can help," she said, apology threaded through purpose, and the chamber returned. "You are." The proctor moved us on. If courage has an opposite, it is fascination. Below, he said, and his voice was steady, so the echo came back in his own throat instead of the room's. We found the next stair. Not a stair, but a ring of plates that lowered when we stepped onto them. Smooth and slow. An elevator built by a god who likes manners more than speed. And while we sank, the manufactorum adjusted to soothe us. Rails humming a lullaby in a key that flattered the human ear. Smelters above dropping their hymn to a hum so our pulse could rest. The hook upstairs holding still so the tally would not scribble our names out of pure habit. Halfway down, the factory asked a question in taps along the rivets, short, short, long, long, short, childish in its simplicity, and Shar, against his own will, answered back with his fingertip, short, short, long, long, short. The plates under our feet purred, pleased, and the ring stopped above a ledge cut with a phrase we had seen already too many times to pretend we had not memorized it. Input hand. Output hand. 2 handprints waited, one bright, polished by use, one dark, hungry still. Darren lifted his gauntlet, then let it fall. It is already signed, he said. We climb past ceremony now. We stepped off the ring, and the corridor embraced us with an air so clean it tasted cruel. The purity of something that has been sealed from breath for an epoch. And in that sting of cold, I understood what the Magos meant by primer of account. This was not blasphemy, not to itself. This was bookkeeping so precise, it had outlived the gods who first demanded audit. The heart announced itself before we saw it, a pressure in the ear that felt like a note being tuned by a patient teacher. Higher, lower, now hold, now sing. The rail beside us vibrated at the difference between my breath and Calith's, so faint I could not hear it until the chamber resonated with a harmony we had not given it. And then the sound gathered itself from the iron, resolved, and said, "You know me." The proctor, being law, answered with the only honesty law can spare for monsters. "No," he said, "but I recognize your method." From the heart came another word, and it came through the roof and the floor, and the thin old brick, and the oil in its lanes, and the teeth in Darren's mask, and the small brass collar at Sala's wrist, and it arrived in our mouths already shaped. Pay. Calith almost smiled. He had always understood the room. "It's still breathing," he said again, and this time the echo did not return, because the factory had stopped needing to borrow our voices. It had learned our cadence and left the gift unopened on the table. We entered. The accounting heart was not a wheel only. It was rib and ring, calendar and jaw, a round cathedral of racks that rose into dark, like pews for saints who had learned to sit forever, each niche set to receive a hand or a head or a habit, the center, a throat clear to the oculus, where the hook waited with ecclesiastical patience, and around the ring 2 rails ran in parallel like the idea of a spine never fully decided upon. On the dais opposite stood its console, the twin-handed altar we already feared, and beside it a frame fashioned as a lectern where the metal books would rest, while numbers were read aloud to men whose names had been sanded into integers. A ledger already lay open there, its newest line not etched but embossed from beneath, rising like a blister where the entry would soon be cooled and shaved flat. The heart spoke again, lower now, more fond, as if pleased we had come unpushed. Production resumes. We had no army left to argue, no exorcism large enough to make a god blush, no explosive that would satisfy a mouth that eats force for dessert. Even the proctor's shield felt like a polite note pinned to a corpse. So he did what law does when the bench burns. He made a record. He gestured me forward with a tilt of the helm that acknowledged both cowardice and courage in equal measure, and pointed to the lectern, where a stylus weighted steel, knurled, humble, dreadful, and in that moment I loved him, because he understood the only way to make a thing ungodly is to write it down until it starves to myth. "Witness," he said. "Write the words it speaks." I took the stylus. It weighed like memory. The ledger's skin was softer than it looked. A single scratch felt like a lifetime. Calith's hand hovered near my elbow without touching. Sala's collar tapped the faintest yes. Darren folded his own hands, as if to keep them from completing any pair the room requested. The heart dictated. Intake, 32. Output. Variance. Mercy. Quota remainder. 17. Method. Stay. I wrote what it said. Every letter was a cut. Every word bled. The stylus grew warm. The page grew cold. In the rail, a tremor like a cat's purr ran the full circle and shivered the hook in the oculus, so gently it would have been intimate if it had been human. Then the floor of the entire world moved. Not quake, not lurch. A flex, long, slow, measured plates rising as if on breath, pillars settling as if on joints. The manufactorum lifting its weight out of the foundation to shift a half-inch to the east, as one might roll in bed to look a lover full in the face. Above us, catwalks groaned in a chorus that sounded like 1,000 throats clearing before a hymn. Smelters sighed. Conveyors adjusted their spines. Bolts creaked with satisfaction as threads found deeper purchase. The heart allowed the sound to finish, then said a final word for this room and this minute. Down. The ring at our backs lowered of its own courtesy, revealing a shaft not cut but grown. Brick turned to plates, turned to ribs, turned to rings, a throat that had been built long before and sealed out of modesty and was now ready to be complimented for showing its age. A breath blew up from it that smelled like books and wet iron and the inside of a sealed confession. Jar swallowed. Darren bowed without knowing. Sala stepped toward it because helping is a path, and paths must be walked. The proctor set his shield to the rim like a boundary against gravity, then lifted it away again because down had already become the only direction that would not be defined as disobedience. Caliph touched my sleeve, soft as always. "If we go," he said, the smallest smile at the corner of his mouth, "we become part of its sentence." "We already are," I said, and the ledger under my hand agreed by cooling the ink of our names into metal, and far above the hook scratched a sound we did not yet earn. And the Vox let the number taste our ears, and then withdrew the spoon. The manufactorum breathed in. "It's still breathing," he said. The manufactorum breathed out. 16. We stepped onto the lowering ring, and the world pleased with our manners opened its throat. The ring carried us down as if it were an altar plate lowering an offering into the mouth of a god too vast to be trusted with its own hunger. The shaft swallowed us, brick sliding into rib sliding into plate, the walls narrowing until our shoulders brushed iron that pulsed with the slow patience of arteries. The air was not stale. It was clean in a way that hurt, like the first breath after drowning, sharp enough to taste. The proctor stood shield forward, boots locked, visor casting his face into silence. Beside him, Magos Darren adjusted the iron mask over his jaw, the cogs in its teeth spinning faintly, as if grinding prayers into powder fine enough to be inhaled. Lex Mechanic Shar scribbled blind on his slate, though no script appeared, his hand shaking too much to admit it. Khalith clung to me with one hand, the other tracing each rivet we passed, counting them softly, lips moving in rhythm with the shaft's hum. The manufactorum spoke to us with movement, not words. The walls flexed, just enough to make boots scuff forward. Rails bowed outward, then snapped inward with the sound of a clerk closing a ledger. Somewhere above, chains groaned like throats clearing before a hymn, and the sound dropped down the shaft in spirals, echoing, until it matched the rhythm of our own breath. At last, the ring touched bottom with a sigh that stirred dust too fine to see. The floor here was smooth as glass, worn not by feet but by centuries of something heavier dragging itself in wide, deliberate circles. The air glowed faintly, though no lumen burned, and the light seemed to bleed from the walls themselves, an oil-green seep that deepened every shadow into a wound. The chamber opened around us. It was vast, a cathedral sunken into the bones of the planet, its columns not carved but grown from fused steel and fossilized brick, each rib curving upward into darkness. Between them hung chains thicker than towers, their links dripping black oil that hissed as it hit the ground. Along the walls were alcoves, hundreds, thousands, each shaped like a bench, each bearing restraints polished by centuries of use. Some were occupied, not by bodies, by outlines. Shadows burned into the stone, The shape of workers seated, bound, heads tilted back in silent scream. The stone around them glistened, blackened, as if it had been drunk dry. Magos Darren lifted a mechadendrite toward the nearest alcove, Vox muttering prayers sharp enough to cut teeth. The shadow twitched, just enough to make him recoil. "Not stain," he whispered. "Not echo. Impression. The wall remembers its devotions." Sala, no longer worker, not quite servitor, stepped forward. Her brass wrist ticked once, twice, in time with the dripping chains. She laid her palm against a shadow. The wall purred. The alcove glowed. For a moment, her face shone back at us from the stone, soft and perfect, as if the manufactorum had already prepared her bench. The proctor dragged her back, visor inches from her eyes. "You will not sit," he growled. But the wall repeated him at once. Softer, sweeter. "You will." We pressed deeper. The chamber narrowed into a throat lined with gears the size of gates, each one still, each one slick with oil that smelled of rust and marrow. Beneath them ran channels filled with black liquid that shimmered faintly, reflecting our faces back at us with expressions slightly delayed. Every smile was too wide. Every eye lingered too long. Khalith knelt at the edge of a channel, staring at his reflection. "It smiled before he did," he whispered. "It's still breathing." And the reflection mouthed the words back, though I swear Khalith's lips had not moved. We reached the heart of the chamber. It was no machine. It was a mouth. A colossal pit ringed by iron ribs, chains feeding into its throat, gears forming its teeth. The floor around it was a calendar of tallies. Rows and rows of scratches carved deep. Each line marked with numbers we could not count. Numbers that bent the eyes to read. Numbers older than script. From within the pit came a sound. Not gears. Not steam. Not voices. A heartbeat. Slow. Steady. Patient. The manufactorum was alive. Darren dropped to his knees, the iron mask hissing with steam, his vox trembling. "The accounting heart," he said. "The true engine, older than the hive, older than the creed. We built our world on its ribs. We have been feeding it all along." The proctor did not kneel. He set his shield between us and the pit, though it looked no larger than a coin in the face of that abyss. "Then we cut it," he said. "We break the teeth. We choke the throat." The pit answered him, with a word. Not through the vox, not through the walls, directly. "Stay." The floor shuddered. The tallies burned. The chains groaned as if tightening around the entire chamber. And from the alcoves, the shadows began to rise. They did not step out of the alcoves so much as unstick, silhouettes lifting from stone with the shy reluctance of old posters peeling in damp, edges fraying into threads of smoke, limbs articulating along seams the wall had catalogued for centuries, and as they rose, the chamber's light dimmed a courtesy to the returning, as if not to startle them with its own eagerness. The shadows took shape around the pit in a ring. Heads tilted back in the attitude of men who have learned that roofs are not ceilings but throats. And each mouth opened a fraction wider than a mouth should open, the dark inside it not black but iron, and the iron not solid but teeth. Then the heart changed the room. Ribs along the pit's rim unlocked with the neatness of book clasps. Chains lifted, links uncoiling like vertebrae, remembering they were vertebrae, and the throat widened without moving space, turning inward the way a sentence folds to hide a second meaning. A platform rose from within, not machinery, not altar, something between bone and beam, slick with oil that smelled of hot pennies and old incense. Upon it, the idol, half flesh, half machine, all ledger. It was not a statue. Statues are honest about being still. This had once been motion, and had learned courtesy late. A torso riveted from plates the color of old blood, seams weeping a thin syrup that steamed when it hit the lip of the platform and ran into channels that had been waiting to be remembered. A spine of chain driven through it like a harpoon, links disappearing into the ceiling and into the pit both at once, as if the idol were a bead on a rosary strung between heaven and hunger. Its arms were cranes learned into prayer, two booms jointed with pins that had known a million loads, and now carried only intention, each ending not in hook or claw, but in split palms of iron, engraved with the same pair we had seen too often. Input hand. Output hand. Facing outward. Offered. The head should have been a mask, but masks confess that faces are elsewhere. This was built to be the face. An oval of hammered plates stitched with copper wire, no eyes, only lenses. Sunk like coins into meat that had decided to be polite and stay metal. A mouth line that parted and did not show tongue, only racks of little gears that spun when it breathed. It breathed. Slow. Patient. Correct. Calith's whisper found its way into that breath with the relief of a man reaching home. "It's still breathing," he said. The idol exhaled in agreement, and in the exhale, the chorus of shadows rustled as if parchment had been turned. Magos Darren went to his knees so fast the cogs in his iron mask clicked in alarm. His mechadendrites fluttered, and then steadied, his hands folding, unfolding, folding again, as if searching for the right sacrament, and finding only fingers. "Osseous autoclericon," he said, the word so old it bent under its own age. The primer spoke in symbols. This is the symbol decided. Lex Mechanic Shar stood frozen with his slate useless and his lips moving, parsing what cannot be parsed with numbers. Not mere anthropomorph an account rendered as person. Debits and credits given limb. Ledger beast. The proctor put his shield up, because when a thing has a face, even a saint's reflex is to give it a wall, and the idol lowered its crane palms in a slow benediction until the words engraved there met the rim of his ceramite. The letters kissed the paint and left nothing but a print, the texture of a promise. "Pair," the idol said without vox. The syllable too heavy to live in the mouth, carried instead through the iron of the floor, the ropes of chain, the tender meat around our bones. The console on the dais opposite woke at once, bright hand glowing, dark hand dim as sin, and the rails around the heart brightened a shade toward chapel green. "It wants hands," Darren murmured. "It wants its bookkeeping made into touch." Sala stepped forward before any of us could forbid her, not enthralled, willing. The brass at her wrist clicked in anxious tempo. The little collar pulsed. Not command, not lock, an invitation. She raised her palm toward the crane hand that said output, and her face wore the same expression she used to wear when a press jam cleared cleanly the relief of a job beating into rightness. The proctor caught her shoulder and pulled her back hard enough to bite a grunt from his throat. "No," he said. And this close I heard it. Not order. Plea. The idol's mouth line parted another fraction. The small gears inside spun like teeth remembering breakfast. Oil trickled from a seam above the jaw rivet. A single thread that hung, fattened, fell. When it struck the rail, it hissed and went thin and sweet, the room drinking with a gratitude that made my gums ache. Above, far above, I heard something heavy step across the manufactorum proper. Careful, affectionate, as if to show us that the ceiling knew we were below and was minding its manners. The shadows around the pit leaned as one toward the idol. As they leaned, their edges sharpened until some became silhouettes we could name Jarek, the old woman from Bay 4. Caldron of the Arbites, with his visor cracked like a spidered window, only thinner, scrutinized, their gestures half a second late. They presented themselves for inspection like accounts, and the idol nodded or did not, and when it did, the tally scratched somewhere we could not see. 17. The room breathed, almost tired, as if embarrassed to keep us updated while we watched. The proctor did something brave and stupid in the same breath. He advanced, shield high, shock maul low, step exact. He is the kind of man who believes even a god must learn the feel of law. He struck at the seam over the idol's heart, where 3 rivets had puckered the plate into a morsel. The maul delivered its electric kiss with a crack that sent a taste-like storm into my teeth. Sparks jumped. The plate dented. The rivets chimed. The idol reached. Not fast. Not angry. It offered a hand to catch the blow and hold it. Input hand met the proctor's maul the way a gentle palm meets a child's tantrum accepting. The charge crawled up iron veins and sank into the chain spine, went down into the pit and out into the manufactorum, where we heard a smelter laugh like a man who had just swallowed lightning and learned it liked him. The cracked dent in the idol's breastplate smoothed itself from behind with the neatness of a seamstress tugging a thread. A drop of old blood swelled at the rivet mouths and slid down, resigned. "Don't," Darren said softly. "Not to the idol. To the proctor. It writes down every touch. You are balancing the book." The proctor did not lower the shield. "Then we overload it," he said, "because men of writ hate neat columns when the wrong figure sits at the bottom. Shar, charges, lends the mauls. We empty." Shar did not move. His eyes were on the crane palms, on the haunted engraving, on the way the idol's hands already carried the memory of every hand that had ever completed the pair. "If we sign again," he whispered, "we add our names to its method." The idol turned its face to him. The copper stitches tightened with what might have been amusement. "Already." A sound answered that was not a sound at all. Every clamp, every vise, every calibrated stop we had ever set, singing back through our knuckles and showing us how many years we had said yes without using the word. I felt the weight of every hour I had ever gifted to a machine and wondered how I had ever dared to call it mine. The idol raised its output hand again, slower now, patient with our slowness, and opened the split palm wide enough to reveal that the lines engraved there were not ink, but channels, little gutters meant to carry blood away without waste, and the gutters were clean. It was ready for good housekeeping. Sala shuddered. She did not step forward. The relief on her face looked like shame. Kalith moved instead. My hand went to his sleeve, but he was faster. A small man sliding in the breath between law and ledger, ducking beneath the proctor's arm, stepping to the edge of the platform with a poise I had only seen in him when a press jam needed a whispered word. "It's still breathing," he said to the idol. But the tone was different. No longer worship, not warning, something like professional pride. "You want a counter. You want someone to keep the tally sweet. That's what I've been doing for you since before my bones were mine." "Kalith," I said, and it broke something in my throat to make noise. He did not look back. He lifted both hands, palms up, and the little shadows of his fingers trembled against the chamber's light. "We can make a cleaner bargain," he told the idol. "You stop taking bodies. We give you hours. We stay here. We work forever. But no more." He glanced at the riveted seam. Then at me. "Blood." Magos Darren made a helpless, devout sound. "He offers tithe," he whispered. Half proud, half damned. The idol considered the offer with the gravity of a ledger clerk considering a creative expense. It lowered its input hand until the lines in its palm were a finger width from Kalith's upturned skin. The room's breath held. Even the chain spine stopped creaking. Then, the idol wrote, not on the skin, in the air. A smear of light like oil remembered flame drew itself above Kalith's hands in tiny figures. Subtractions, additions. A looped symbol that tasted like the word mercy, had it been measured. And, at the bottom, a neat zero. "No," it said, and because it denied with care, it gave a line of explanation we would live or die to understand. "Mercy is output." Darren sagged as if someone had remembered him. "It believes the release from work is the product," he said. "We are its raw material. The hour is the heat. The mercy is the cast. It must pour." Sala's brass wrist ticked faster, panic in metal. "Then let it pour me," she said, voice thin and brave in the same breath. "I can help. I am ready." The proctor bared his teeth. "No one helps," he said. And for the first time, the word no came back from the walls in his voice, not the room's. The idol tilted its head a fraction, as if noting a datum for later. The shadows around the pit stepped forward in their ring as one, then stopped short of the platform by a distance you can only call ritual. Their mouths opened wider until the gear rack showed clean. The green in the rails sweetened. The chain above the oculus moved one link with a tiny, contented chime. "Do something," I said, to the proctor, to Darren, to anyone who had ever believed action could matter. Shar finally moved. He did the smallest thing a man can do in front of a god. He took his stylus and wrote 3 words with a hand that would not be steady again. We refuse terms. The idol read the air. The little gears in its mouth clinked once, a tongue clicking against teeth to reproof a child without cruelty. Oil swelled at one seam and then another, beads trembled on the edge, fell, were caught by the gutters, ran into the channels, were carried to the pit with the domestic dignity of good plumbing. "Proctor," Darren said somewhere inside his mask, "if law will insist on defiance, law must bleed in our place. That is law." The proctor replied, and stepped up onto the platform. He planted the shield and set his palm, his flesh palm, not the gauntlet, onto the output hand. He did not look away. He did not look noble. He looked right. "Balance that," he told it. The idol closed its iron fingers with the tenderness of a door shutting against weather. The engraved gutters woke, ready to be kind to what they carried. The first bright line traced the proctor's lifeline as if copying a signature. Blood rose neat as ink. I shouted. Sala choked. Caliph flinched. Shar made a sound like a man swallowing a tool by accident. Darren started counting aloud because a priest must put numbers somewhere when the god refuses them. The idol squeezed once, only once. The rail around the heart flared. The chain in the ceiling hummed. The tally above, somewhere in the manufactorum's throat, cut its neat little notch. 18, the Vox said, far away, respectful. The idol opened its hand. The proctor staggered, but did not fall. His palm dripped into the gutter for 2 more polite drops and stopped by itself. The engraved channels sang a happy little chord. The wound had been measured, and the measure matched the need. "Good," the idol said in that deep, all-iron voice. And for an instant, I smelled rain on hot stone and wanted to beg forgiveness for every hour I had stolen back for sleep. The idol raised its input hand now as if to invite a second signature, and the console across the chamber woke so brightly, the lines of its letters threw shadows. Input hand. Output hand. Pair complete. Method. Stay. Caliph did not move. He kept his palms up, empty, which is the bravest posture a man can find among knives. Sala reached for his wrist and stopped herself. Darren's hand quivered toward the dark print and went still. The shadows leaning ring-wide around the pit began to chant. Not words. Us. Names recited in a rhythm that made tears dreadfully easy to cry. Jarek, the old woman. Cauldron, the Arbites, whose reflections had outshot them. Men from bays no one had serviced since before I was born. Women I had never met, and now loved because the room would not allow me not to. The idol listened. The idol smiled without lips. The idol lowered its head the smallest amount, and when it did, the gears behind its mouth formed a word. The shadows understood, and we did not. The manufactorum above breathed that chant down through the pillars and pipes until even the smelters hummed only the syllables that named the missing. The green fire steadied. The conveyors took posture, without moving. The hook in the oculus stopped swaying so the tally knife could write cleanly when the time came. The idol spoke to the heart in a frequency that pulled tears I did not permit. The heart answered with a tremor that rattled the stylus in Shar's hand and set the mask's cogs spinning against Darren's teeth. The rails around us lowered in pitch until my bones vibrated in sympathy and, to my shame, in pleasure. "It's calling them," Sala breathed. "It's calling them to sing." And they did. The ring of shadows opened their mouths beyond reason, beyond hinge, beyond any promise a jaw can make to a skull, and a sound poured out that was not volume but weight, a choir poured into shape by ledgers, by hours, by patience, by mercy measured against rivet and breath. The idol folded its crane palms together over the pit, as if in prayer, and oil wept from the seams in neat little strings that drew themselves into staff lines across the air. The names wrote themselves upon the lines as notes. The manufactorum read the score. We were about to learn the hymn. Down in the throat of the world, the first chord raised its head and showed us its teeth. The heart beat once, twice, slow, proud. The hook above the oculus ticked its knife against iron just to keep time. The idol raised its face, and the little gears behind its mouth formed the first syllable that meant more than command, more than law, more than hunger. "Sing," it said to the dead. And the dead obeyed. It began with one voice, soft as ash falling through water, a tone so fragile it cracked against the ribs of the pit. Then another joined, then 3, then 50. And soon the air was trembling with a choir that had not needed breath for years. They sang not upwards, not outwards, but through voices carried on the rails, the chains, the rivets. Every vibration of the manufactorum tuned into lament. No mouth opened in the room, yet every throat ached as if it had been pressed into service. I recognized the first voice. Jarek. His timbre still rough with the laughter he used to hide behind. But hollowed now. Notes stretched into threads of pain. The old woman from Bay 4 followed. Her cracked whisper wound around his. A harmony of fatigue turned eternal. Then the Arbites, their chants still clipped and formal, as if reciting statutes even while damned. Together, they formed something no creed had ever dared to compose. A hymn of work turned into plea. Release us, release us, release us. The words bent into 1,000 cadences, some pleading, some commanding, some weeping, some so sweet it made the ears ache. The manufactorum carried their chorus into the walls, and the very plates beneath our feet quivered with sympathy until it felt like standing on a chest, begging to exhale. Calith clutched my sleeve, eyes wide, tears streaming. "It's still breathing," he gasped. "But they want out. They don't want to be the breath anymore." The idol bowed its head to the sound as though in benediction. The crane palms opened wide, displaying their engraved channels to catch the voices as though they were liquid offerings. Oil bled from its seams in time with the music, dripping steadily into the pit, each drop forming ripples that matched the choir's rhythm. Darren's mask clicked with every gear of his jaw. He had gone utterly still, mechadendrites trembling like reeds in a current. His vox crackled with static until, finally, words pushed through. "These are not echoes, not impressions. These are themselves. The heart has not consumed them. It has kept them." "For what?" the proctor demanded. Shield lifted against the sound, as though law could hold back lament. Darren looked up at him with the iron mask gleaming wet from oil vapor. "For this," he said. "For it's him. It does not eat flesh. It keeps it alive in a ledger of voices. It balances us as song." The voices swelled louder, no longer bound to harmony. Some begged, "Please, let me sleep." Others raged, "You left me." Some whispered secrets no living man should hear, oaths broken, children abandoned, crimes confessed into the walls. And beneath it all, the refrain, "Release us, release us, release us." The proctor's men faltered. One Arbite dropped to his knees, helmeted head in his gauntlets, his body rocking as the sound of his dead comrades carried their statutes back at him, his own voice among them, reciting oaths he had never spoken aloud. Shar clutched his slate, writing nothing, only scratching the stylus across the screen until sparks hissed, eyes bulging. "It's an account," he cried. "Acquire as ledger. Every soul cross-indexed. Every hour cataloged into harmony, O throne. It won't stop until the balance is zero." Sala staggered forward, her brass wrist ticking wildly, the collar pulsing with the hymn. The voices reached for her through the metal, and her lips parted in horror and awe as her own voice rose from the machines, though she still stood among us. "I can help." Her reflection sang from the choir. The same words she had spoken before the slab. "I can help, I can help, I can help." Over and over, until she clutched her head, screaming to drown herself out. The idol lifted its head, and the gears in its mouth clicked in rhythm with the choir. It was conducting, guiding the voices like a master choir master. And with each gesture, the shadows at the pit's rim shuddered closer, their mouths open in perfect imitation, their sound layered atop the trapped voices until living and dead had become inseparable. The proctor roared, voice breaking through law and lament alike. "Enough! End it!" He slammed his shield against the floor, shock maul crackling, sparks showering. The choir answered him. "End us! End us! End us!" Every lumen in the chamber flickered, though no lamp existed. The air itself pulsed with light, the song bending into brightness, syllables sparking into glare. We shielded our eyes, but the voices forced themselves inside anyway. A pressure behind the skull, a heat in the marrow. Caliph fell to his knees, head thrown back, every tendon straining. His mouth opened, not his voice, not his words, only the choir using his throat to echo louder. His body shook, veins lit with green fire, and he screamed through their mouths. "Release us!" The idol's hands clapped together. The sound that followed was not heard but felt, a boom like a ledger slamming shut after centuries of patient accounting. The choir howled, their unity broken into ragged cries. Some begged for release, some for more time, some for vengeance. And then silence awful. Total silence fell, broken only by the heartbeat of the pit. One by one, the shadows melted back into their alcoves, heads bowed, mouths still open in endless scream, but no sound escaped. The idol bowed its head once, as if thanking them for their service, and the rails along the chamber brightened to mark their entries complete. The Vox whispered, almost mournfully, 19. Caliph slumped into my arms, chest heaving, eyes rolled white. His lips moved with no sound, but I could see the words. "It's still breathing." And then the heart answered with one word, low enough to rattle the marrow. Down. The floor at the chamber's far end split, plates folding away to reveal another throat, darker, deeper, reeking of rust and wet blood. The idol turned its crane palms toward it in benediction. The proctor lifted his shield again. "It wants us lower," he said. "So we go, or it comes up to fetch us." The throat at the chamber's far end opened like a book that had been waiting for us to learn its alphabet. Plates folded inward. Ribs withdrew. Rails leaned aside with the courtesy of ushers. Air came up from the dark, carrying the smell of wet iron and old bread, the scent of places that have never known weather and still learn to rise with the day. We followed the proctor because motion had decided to be obedience, and he understood how to turn obedience into a road. Shield forward. Visor square. He did not look back when the idol inclined its crane palms in benediction. Its copper stitches glimmered as if amused by modesty. The passage sloped steep, the floor etched with grooves worn smooth by something heavier than machines, taking the same path for longer than arithmetic, and the walls shook at a frequency that made teeth itch, a long-held hum easing up a half-tone, then down, then settling as if warming a voice. Sala's brass wrist clicked to match it without asking. Halith's fingers counted our steps as if they were hours to be tithed. Darren's maskog spun in time, his vox hissing not quite words. We came to the fulcrum. It was a cradle the size of a hab district. A ring of gimbaled collars bolted into strata so ancient the brick had learned to call itself stone. Each collar held a threaded column thicker than a transit pillar. The columns sleeved in coils. The coils wrapped in chain. The chain sunk to anchors that disappeared into the rock, like harpoons into a sleeping beast. Above the ring rose the manufactorum's spine pillar on pillar, brace on brace, so that standing underneath it felt like standing beneath an animal that has not yet decided whether to roll over and look at you. Locks as big as tank hulls pinned the ring. Dog bolts sat in their seats with the lazy confidence of hardware that has not moved in centuries and still remembers its manners. Between them ran rail pairs, bright and dark, polished by touch that looked like prayer. Load-bearing, Lex Mechanic Shar breathed, slate forgotten at his side. A planetary-sized trunnion. Maker's grace. Not grace, Magos Darren said. Arithmetic. He turned a mechadendrite toward a bank of auxiliary consoles, simple plates, 2 handprints, always 2, then flinched as if struck. Pairs. Everywhere. Everywhere. The heart spoke up through the columns like breath ringing a bell. Stand. The first lock retracted. No hiss, no scream. A neat chunk, a ledger's crisp page turn. Another followed on the far side, then 2, then 6 in sequence, a circle of small approvals. The ring took weight, and the weight answered like a living thing limbering a joint it had let sleep too long. The entire manufactorum shifted a finger-width east. Dust fell in veils. Somewhere far above, a gantry applauded itself with a single tidy creak. The floor under our boots rose and set down again with the gentleness of a chest-catching breath. Caliph closed his eyes. "It's still breathing," he whispered. And this time there was nothing of warning in it, only translation. The idol remained in the chamber behind us, visible through the throat as a lit outline, palms still raised. The crane hands brightened, engraving lines filling with thin light, like oil remembering flame. Input hand. Output hand. The console on the far dais echoed. Pair. Complete. Break the book, the proctor said quietly, as if saying it too loud would make the hinges proud. Or this floor walks. He sent Shar to the auxiliary plates, sent 2 arbites to the next lock cluster, planted his own shield in a seam beside a massive dog bolt, as if a man could argue with hardware by holding posture. Darren moved to a panel whose edges had been polished by centuries of careful palms, the iron mouth mask ticking like a nervous metronome. "The heart won't accept sabotage," the Magos warned, hands hovering over the prints. "It will accept countersignature. It will accept an audit." His gaze slid to the proctor's exposed palm, banded by the neat wheel the idol had drawn there. "Blood has authority here." Above us, the manufactorum breathed in for a longer note. The locks along the north rim pulled themselves back in a shimmering line. The columns flexed. The cradle took weight. The ceiling above our heads lowered a kiss to our helmets and withdrew, polite. A siren somewhere in the hive tried to begin its old life and choked on a century. The Vox fed us a memory of it anyway, thin, tinny, the ghost of an alarm that would not be heeded by anybody the floor cared to count. "Stand," the heart insisted. Sweeter the second time. "Refuse," the proctor answered without raising his voice. He put his bleeding hand to the auxiliary's dark print. The plate warmed like a cheek. Jar hesitated the way a man does when a button promises to be the last word he ever gets. Then he set his hand to the bright side and whispered a prime small superstition in a great throat. The plate sang an interval even I knew was wrong. The coils in the nearest column dimmed and then brightened angrily, like eyes reminding a child that bedtime is a boundary. Darren seized the moment. He laid his gauntlet on another pair farther down the ring and began a rite that tasted like solder on the tongue. A reversal catechism pulled raw from the primer he had never admitted carrying in his skull. For 3 heartbeats the locks paused mid-withdrawal. For 3 they slid forward again. The cradle rocked once, twice as if indecisive. The idol did not move. It merely watched. Crane palms open, calculus behind the mouth gears purring. The heart lowered its voice until we felt it in the teeth and the knuckles and the little hairs at the wrist. Begin. Things that had been architecture became anatomy. Catwalks above us telescoped into long tendons. The chain hanging over the chapel, oculus tautened into a spine. Smelter chimneys tuned themselves, a choir of lungs ready to push and pull green hymn. The conveyors stiffened like muscles learning their first lesson in balance. We heard it. Everyone in the hive heard it. The whole city a drum for a heartbeat too large iron finding the posture of hatred. The proctor bared his teeth. If it stands, it walks. If it walks, it harvests. He squeezed until his wound reopened, and the plate beneath his palm drank with exact decorum. Law objects. Law is entered, the rails replied around the ring, making mockery of echo. Solemn moved without being told. She went to a third pair and set her brass wrist to its bright print. The collar at her forearm pulsed, once, and the plate gurgled like a machine receiving a familiar password. A coil spun backward. A lock ground half a tooth and stopped with obvious embarrassment. "I can help," she said, breathless with fear and purpose. "I can jam its manners." "Do it," the proctor said. Khalith did not move to a plate. He stepped to the edge of the cradle and pressed both palms to the iron lip. Eyes closed, counting in his mouth. I realized then what I had always refused. He was listening for the ledger's beat, not to worship it but to predict it. "The next clause is south," he said. "Then west." Then the whole ring clicks. Darren nodded once, savage gratitude beneath shame. On the third, hit every bright print. Make it argue with itself. We spread along the cradle. The servitors that had followed us took station without touching. Heads tilted like polite hounds waiting invitation. Somewhere far away, a smelter coughed laughter and steadied, south. Locks retracted. Plates warmed. West. Dog bolts hummed. Chains drew breath. "Now," Darren hissed. We slammed our open hands onto iron. Bright prints flared. The ring sang discord. The columns shuddered. For a heartbeat, the manufactorum flinched, just a bare, wounded hesitation, but enough to make hope remember how to shape itself. The idol ruined it with one word, loaded with a century's patience: pair. Every dark print bloomed. The room completed our hands with its own. The audit we had tried to force became a consent we had not given. The brightness cooled from white to green. The ring advanced a notch with exquisite dignity. The book closes us inside our own argument, Shar choked. "It's helping us help it." "Then we break the book," the proctor said again. "Because stubbornness is the last liturgy." He pointed at the lectern that had traveled with the cradle, the opened metal ledger waiting like a chest wound. Our line embossed and swelling, the stylus laid beside it as if it had been watching us with sympathy. "Writer," I ran. "It is a strange thing, to run in a room that can change the distance you must travel." But the path did not move. Perhaps the factory admired people who keep minutes. I took the stylus and gouged at our entry hard enough to raise heat. The metal leaf screamed a small, aggrieved soprano. The figures buckled under the point and sprang true again as if correcting me. "Write 0, Shar shouted uselessly. "Write closed." I wrote a word the idol did not own. "No." The ledger smoothed it into a neat noted. Above us, the manufactorum stood. It did not leap upright or throw off dust in heroics. It came to true on a slow exhale. Locks home, columns shouldering weight without complaint. Every plate in the floor found a new angle it had always been designed to hold. Every brace settled into the posture of use. The green in the smelters deepened into a color that hooked under the ribs and tugged. Somewhere, streets shifted. Somewhere, the Hive's foundations remembered they, too, were riveted. Somewhere, people looked up and mistook the tilt for weather, because they had never conceived of a building as an animal. The heart said the word we had feared since the first shift. Walk. The cradle rocked forward a degree. Chains screamed and then agreed. The first step began long mechanics aligned. Catwalks tightened, gantries swung to become shoulders, cranes curled into fists that liked prayer too much. "Darren," the proctor said. Not a command. A request handed to a man he would have arrested an hour ago. The Magos bowed his head. The mouth mask's cogs turned once and stopped with a sound that ruined me. "Autoclerical engines unpair when given unbalanced input," he said. "You cannot wound it with flesh. You must wound it with numbers. A deficit so honest it cannot be resolved." "A name," Shar whispered. "A true name. Hours and hours and hours." He looked at me, at Sala, at the proctor, and then at himself. Cowardice wore a decent face on him. He was clever enough to be frightened. Caliph turned from the lip and smiled the small, tired smile of men who have arranged too many shifts to mistake relief for good news. "I've been keeping 2 ledgers since I learned to count," he said. "Mine, and the one the floor keeps from me. It will accept mine. It always has." I grabbed him by the sleeve. "Don't," I said, and knew the plea had come a day late and 10,000 hours short. He pried my fingers loose with a gentleness that will be the last mercy I remember with gratitude. He went to the lectern and set his palm beside the stylus, not on a print, only near, and the metal warmed anyway, like iron choosing to be hand. He spoke his name, not the name we called him, the name his mother had bought for him with bread and luck. Then he spoke his hours, every shift, every overtime he had not been paid, every minute spent fixing a jam while the overseer counted lashes. He spoke them clean. He did not cry. The ledger drank. The figures rose like boils and burst into clean sums. The idol turned its face and listened with the greedy approval of a clerk that loves arithmetic. The cradle hesitated half a breath, a tremor in the coils, the hint of considering. "Caliph," I begged. He looked up at me and said the line he had always owned, for the last time in the mouth that had earned it. "It's still breathing." Then he added, soft and proud, "Let it hold its breath." He pressed his palm flat to the page. The rails screamed. The lights inside the metal went white, and then black. Somewhere above, every smelter hissed like a pan on water. The chain in the oculus yanked a link so hard the hook rang like a struck bell. The heart coughed a number that sounded like shame. Quote, "It did not speak it. It choked it." The first step stuttered. The cradle shivered and sat half-risen, straining, furious. For an instant, the manufactorum forgot how to be animal and remembered how to be building. Caliph sagged. The ledger charred around his handprint. The stylus split neatly down its knurl. The book sealed our line with a smear of metal that looked like breath condensed on a winter pane. The idol moved for the first time without patience. It slammed its input palm across the lectern with the sureness of a stamp. The rails snapped from black back to green. The cradle rolled its shoulder. The first step began again. Magos Darren made a decision a man makes only once. He tore the mask from his face, blood coming with it like an old bribe given back, and plunged both bare hands into the bright and dark prints on the nearest auxiliary plate. He screamed a number that was not his name but stood for it. A checksum the primer had taught him to hide inside his bones. The plate took him, not into the machine, into the method. His hands kept being hands. His arms became a pair. The auxiliary sang, and then detonated in nothing so clean it left no wreckage. 3 locks slammed home again in reflex. The cradle jolted. The heart counted before the vox could find the word. 20. The idol's crane palms shook, not with grief, with anger given form. The little gears behind its mouth ground once and spat a tooth that rang off a rail like a thrown coin. The manufactorum leaned forward. It had learned standing. It had tasted the arithmetic of walking. It would walk. It would harvest. It would make mercy the product. The proctor wiped his blood from the plate and set his shield again, as if a wall could teach a god to reconsider. Sala held the bright print with her brass wrist until smoke curled from the seam and her collar ticked madly. Shar, pale and shaking, wrote 0 on a book that would not learn it. I held Caliph as he breathed like a man surfacing into air that will not stay. He smiled at me, and at the terrible, beautiful machine that had noticed us. Above, the hook lifted a neat new notch into the dark with a little self-satisfied scrape. Below, the heart finished the word it had choked and gave it back to the air because honesty is the soul of hate. 20. The cradle rolled. The manufactory began to move. You want to know what happened in 9 Delta? You want to know why the manufactorum does not answer the Vox anymore? Why no shipments leave its spires? Why its smelters glow green against the night as if burning veins instead of ore? You want testimony? Very well. I will give it to you. I was there. I saw the presses stop. I heard the silence come alive. I counted the names as the walls whispered them back to us like debts unpaid. I watched the Arbites break formation and fire into their own reflections until law bled out of their visors. I heard the choir O throne. The choir voices that never stopped working, even after their throats had been riveted shut. And I saw the idol, half machine, half flesh, all ledger. Its seams wept blood. Its palms bore the commandments. Input, output, balance by breath. Caliph gave his hours to it. He tried to trade time for mercy. He thought numbers could save us. He was wrong. Magos Darren tore the mask from his face and offered himself as a counterweight. The heart took him, wrote him into its arithmetic. He became a pair of hands. He will always be a pair of hands. The proctor, law itself, pressed his bleeding palm against the plate, daring the machine to balance him. It did. It always does. Sala whispered she could help until the collar at her wrist ticked itself apart in gratitude. She did help. That was the worst of it. And me? I survived. If you can call this surviving. The Manufactorum moved. The whole spire shifted on its cradle, joints groaning with the joy of limbs remembered, catwalks bending into tendons, conveyors snapping taut like muscles. It took one step, then another, each motion balanced by centuries of debt. The city above screamed. The idol smiled. The heart counted. I crawled through a seam that had not yet remembered how to close. I should not have been allowed. But the book made an entry. A new tally. A survivor, not because I escaped, but because it needed someone to carry its voice outside. Do you understand? I am not telling you this because I lived. I am telling you this because I was written. Every word I speak is part of its hymn. Every breath I take is an hour already entered. When I sleep, I dream of rails humming lullabies and chains swaying above my head like metronomes. I can still hear it. I can still feel it. It is still breathing. And if you keep listening, if you keep this record running long enough, then so will you. Static deepens. The faint thrum of a heartbeat through the speakers. A voice, not mine, not human, layered across the sound. Polite as a clerk closing a ledger. Production resumes. If you think this was only a story, you are already part of the ledger. But if you want to hear more tales of manufactorums that breathe, idols that bleed, and cities that walk, then subscribe to Voidborn Terrors and join the hymn before the next tally is written.